Alrighty, welcome everybody back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic, what day is it? Wednesday? I think it's a Wednesday. Hopefully you're all having a great Wednesday so far. Let's see what we have here in the chat. Today we have Critty, we have Weather Warrior, Otter, as well as Little Dude. Let's see, Blah in here, and let's see, Veronica, Justin, and everyone else who is also in the chat, who I may have forgotten to welcome. Glad to see you in here. And yeah, let's go ahead and dive right on into today's stream. Hopefully everything is, that SBC site still going in between on that SBC site. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. There you go, it's up again. So that's going to be 50-50, going up and also going down sometimes. But yeah, we're going to be going over our active severe weather event that is happening right now across Wisconsin and Illinois. And we'll also go over the severe threat, especially for tomorrow, because tomorrow looks like a pretty big day for severe weather as well. Real quick, I'm just going to do something very quickly. Give me just a second. All right, we are good. Literally just a second. So yeah, let's go ahead and dive into this. We're going to start with our current radar because that's very, very important. Right now, we actually just got a severe thunderstorm watch. That is a 70% chance for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 10 events of 60 miles per hour or greater, 70% chance of that, and only a 20% chance one of those is 75 plus miles per hour. Very, very, like, what? Like, what? How are you going to tell me that it's only a 20% chance for 75 plus mile an hour winds? But we've had this MCS here that has produced wind gusts upwards of 90 miles per hour here over the last hour or so. I think today is overperforming pretty substantially, and I expect we'll continue to see severe storms on this northern side, and I expect we'll continue to see an uptick in severe weather activity on the southern side of this MCS as well. But for the short term, the highest severe threat is going to be focused right in front of that MCS as it heads up close to Milwaukee, Wisconsin over the next few hours and into eventually Appleton in east central Wisconsin. That's going to be our main focal point for severe weather over the next hour or so. But in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, we should see, like I said, an uptick in severe weather down here in Illinois. And we're already starting to see it in Illinois and also here in northern Wisconsin as well. And in about an hour and a half or so, maybe even less than that, we should start to see some severe storms pop up out here in southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri, and that is an area where we are going to be watching for the potential of a strong to intense tornado threat. Yes, we could see an intense tornado today, and I wouldn't even rule out a long-tracked strong tornado today across southern Iowa and northern Missouri, as long as destabilization is going well. And we'll take a look at that here in about 10 minutes once that new mesoanalysis comes in. So I expect a very active day for significant severe weather. I do think today is going to perform as a moderate risk out in this vicinity, and here I think will perform as a moderate risk for damaging winds, maybe even a larger area. We could see a performance of a moderate risk across this entire area, depending on how strong that northern and southern line gets. But the SPC is maintained a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. They do issue another update here in about 55 minutes. We'll see if they upgrade the risk or not. I have a feeling they won't. And just because the SPC, I just don't think they're going to end up upgrading it to moderate, even though I think it's going to perform as such. They just seem to be running a bit conservative on the outlooks today and for tomorrow. So that's today's outlook, level 3 out of 5 there. The tornado risk, highest risk is down in here in the 10 sig 1. Fully agree with that. I think that is great placement by the SPC for their tornado risk today. Maybe a little bit further to the west with that 10 sig 1, but really not that bad of placement for that main tornado risk today for the potential of a strong to intense tornado in southern Illinois, northern Missouri, and into a very small portion of west central Illinois. Northern Missouri, southern Iowa, small portion of west central Illinois. I feel like I said that wrong. The 5% tornado risk, honestly, I don't expect much of a tornado threat up here. I really think that they could remove that entire 5 sig 1 on the northern end here. I really don't think that's needed. I think if we just had I think a 5 sig 1 and a 10 sig 1 in this area here, it would be good. And then just a 2% torn north of that and south of that. I really don't see much tornado potential north of central Iowa and southern Wisconsin today. Can't rule out a brief tornado up there, but probably nothing worth a 5 sig 1. Yeah, we're getting a lot of warnings in here. Let's go to the wind risk. This is your wind risk. Big 30% sig 1 today. And like I said, I think today could perform as a 45 sig 1, which would be, or a 45 sig 2, which would be a moderate risk for damaging winds. I think that could verify for today, especially in southwest Wisconsin. And then we do have a risk for some large hail with any more discrete supercells we see fire later this afternoon across that red hatched area. Let's go back to our current radar because those warnings are exploding. We've got a continuation of a PDS EDS severe here in Madison, Wisconsin, and no shocker there. Now, this is a little interesting here. If you're in Madison, you already got hit by probably 30-40 mile an hour wind gusts, but the worst of these winds are probably going to be behind this line here. Probably right in this vicinity is where your worst wind gusts will be. So if you're in Madison, you may not have experienced the absolute worst wind gusts that this severe storm has with it. So make sure you're still staying away from doors and windows if you're in Madison in southern Wisconsin. That easily could have more significant winds behind the main line there. And all those severes you see popping up, that's new severes up here, as well as an upgraded considerable severe and Tor possible in west central Wisconsin. And let's see, anything else happening? We've got some special weather statements on the East Coast, but nothing crazy. Another severe just popped up here in northern Minnesota for Tor possible and 60 mile an hour winds. Definitely wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with that. Definitely wouldn't rule that out. Let's go to our current new mesoscale discussions. I think we've had 2 or 3 new ones. Let's see here. I'm going to go to the SPC site so we can look at all of these together. So here's your newest mesoscale discussion. That's the one in Illinois. You can see the graphic there, but I can't fully pull it up. Basically just saying that severe weather is becoming increasingly likely and a severe thunderstorm watch will probably be needed further off to the south to encompass that area of damaging wind potential upwards of 70 miles per hour. And then this is your main MCD for today, which doesn't want to load either for some reason. So we'll go over to weather front then, since you guys want to be a little difficult today. So there you go. That's for a new severe thunderstorm watch that will likely be issued further off to the south to include central Illinois. And then there's a tornado watch. I was just about to discuss the likelihood of a tornado watch with that MCD. 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, 2 to 3.5 inch hail, and a few tornadoes, some of which could be strong, and maybe even one long-tracked intense tornado, all going to be possible there. And there's your new tornado watch to encompass that mesoscale discussion. And also a little bit older MCD here, but just basically highlighting that same potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts with that MCS across southern Wisconsin. And also a mesoscale discussion for a severe watch likely up here that we have already seen. So we got one severe watch up there with our MCD in northern Minnesota. Our main severe watch today in Wisconsin and northern Illinois. We'll get another severe thunderstorm watch probably out in this vicinity here for central Illinois. And then we got our main tornado watch here, which is our highest probability tornado watch. I believe this is our highest tornado probability tornado watch here of June so far, a 60-40 tornado watch. That's either the highest probability or a tied probability. And there's a new severe for Caleb there in central Illinois. Might be, I think that includes you, Caleb. It might be to your west, though. But that is a 60-40 tornado watch, 60-60 for wind, and 60-60 for hail. So very, very notable tornado watch there out from the SPC. And there's another considerable severe. That's for Black River Falls in Wisconsin. So you can see these storms are starting to go significant as well. Which is what we were expecting. We just got three new considerable severes up there with that in Wisconsin. We got another new severe storm in northern Illinois that is considerable, and then an extension of our considerable severe in southern Wisconsin. So plenty of warnings right now. We're up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. Thankfully no tornado warnings active. But that is likely to change later in the day. I do think these storms will pose mainly a wind and hail threat at first. I don't expect a very good tornado threat out of them until later in the day. I'm not sure exactly when that main tornado risk will start. We can't rule out a brief tornado with them when they first fire, like right now, from now till about 5 or 6. But I really think our main tornado threat with this stuff is going to be from 6 p.m. till about 9 p.m. Eastern. 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern, I think, will be our main tornado risk today. And I think that will actually be focused on the east side of this tornado watch. I think our primary tornado threat today is going to be out in here. That's where I think our highest tornado threat will be. So, yeah, that is your briefing for today. We'll go more in depth on the environment for today's event in like a few minutes, but I want to go into the briefing for tomorrow here. We have a enhanced risk for severe weather, level 3 out of 5 in place across Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and southern Wisconsin. We also have an additional now large level 2 out of 5 slight risk for severe weather in place across New York State, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, and West Virginia, as well as a sliver of Massachusetts there in the eastern portion of the U.S. And that level 2 slight risk also extends outside of that level 3 enhanced risk here in the Midwest. That slight goes all the way down into the panhandle of Texas and into central Oklahoma. Tornado threat tomorrow is limited to this area you see on screen here. We can't rule out a brief tornado elsewhere outside of the highlighted area. Can't rule out a brief spin up out here, and can't rule out a brief spin up down in here. However, the more likely area for tornadoes tomorrow will be focused with semi-discrete storms that fire near the warm front on the northern edge of that 10% SIG 1, and also with the embedded MCS or derecho that pushes eastward into Michigan into the late evening and overnight hours. Right now, the SPC has high unconfidence There's a lot of high uncertainty, I should say, a lot of high uncertainty on how tomorrow's overall event could play out. I do think we will get a moderate for tornadoes. And I do think that this 10 sig should be expanded further east. I think that 10 sig should expand into western Michigan, northwestern Iowa, and then back down into Illinois. That's where I think our main threat will be for tornadoes tomorrow, right in that area. And I really do think that we should see a moderate for tornadoes from southern Wisconsin into eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. Quite a bit smaller than what I was thinking yesterday. Yesterday, I was thinking a larger moderate risk for severe weather, but I really think that's going to be the hot spot for severe weather tomorrow. And I think that should be a moderate for wind and for tor. I think a 15 sig 2 tor should be in place. And the wind risk, they actually ironically downgraded. I do think tomorrow should be upgraded to a moderate for wind with a 45 sig 2 in place, maybe even a 60% sig 2 out there in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. If I'm not mistaken, that would be a high risk, though. But I don't know if we have that type of confidence just yet. But I do think it should be a 45 sig. I think a good middle ground for tomorrow would be a 15 sig 2 tor and a 45 sig 2 wind with a 15 sig. I don't know about a 15 sig. I would say probably a 30 sig 1 hail. That would be the probabilities I would go for tomorrow. I'd upgrade that tor wind threat, and I'd upgrade the probabilities on the hail threat. And outside of that, if we do somehow manage to be discussing a high risk, I think the high risk would only be for damaging winds. I don't think we'd get a high risk for tornadoes tomorrow. I don't see that being likely at this point. Day 3, we have a big slight risk for severe weather, level 2 out of 5 there. I do think we'll see a enhanced risk stretch somewhere from New York all the way down to Virginia. I think we will get a level 3 out of 5 in there for damaging winds. And then we also have Saturday, where they have shifted that slight risk further south. But I still think Saturday's slight risk needs to be pushed further to the south. I still think that needs to go down into northeastern Oklahoma. Northwestern Arkansas, southwest Missouri, southeast Kansas. I still think that slight needs to go down more to the southeast. So that's your overview of severe weather. Now I want to go straight to mesoanalysis here. Make sure that this is updated. It sure is. This is your updated mesoanalysis. The number one thing I'm going to look for is destabilization behind the MCS, and that is what we have. So you have your MCS right in here. It stretches off your screen, but it goes from the main portion of that MCS, I would say, goes from southern Wisconsin down into northeastern Missouri. But we also have a secondary MCS that stretches back up into central and northern Wisconsin off of your screen. And behind that, you could see a rapidly destabilizing environment out in this vicinity here, with 4,500 to 5,000 joules per kilogram of instability at the surface. A very favorable environment for explosive thunderstorm development there. Surface observations. This is your surface observations right now. You could see temperatures a little bit high. Dew points are also pretty high out here, so that's very favorable for severe weather. Obviously, 73 dew points, 85 temps, very good. If we were being very nitpicky with assuming this would be a semi-discrete mode, I would say those temps might be a little bit high for elevated convection. But considering it's an MCS, that's very, very good. Back here in Iowa, I do think temps could end up playing a role in some more high-based thunderstorms, and that could limit the tornado threat at some point with these storms as they first get going. We may not have too high of a tornado threat, and then that should ramp up as we get closer to dinner time, about 5:30 Central Time. We should see an increase in tornado potential more towards south central Iowa and north central northeastern Missouri. There's your supercell composite. You can see we have a okay environment for tornadoes up here in southern Wisconsin with that MCS. Can't rule out another tornado or two with that MCS as it pushes towards Milwaukee. And then our main tornado event is definitely going to be, like I said, back out here into Iowa, southern Iowa, northern Missouri, and western Illinois as we go throughout the day. So that's a pretty favorable look for severe weather. Let's go to your 500 millibar. That's your 500 millibar, and you could see a embedded negatively tilted shortwave right in here. And that's what's causing today to be a little bit more of a notable threat than we were originally anticipating. We've got a more negatively tilted trough than we were originally thinking, and that's allowed for a more organized line of severe storms across Wisconsin and Illinois, not so much as that sloppy cluster we were originally thinking. And as we go later on in the day, about 2 to 4 hours from now, you could see we'll get another little embedded negatively tilted short wave there. Behind that black line, that short wave goes from southeastern North Dakota through western Minnesota, northern Iowa, and then eventually goes into north central Missouri. You could see there later on tonight. So we've got two short waves, one short wave that has sparked our morning convection that has turned into an MCS for today and is going to be our primary threat for wind gusts in Wisconsin, much of the state of Wisconsin, and also much of northern Illinois. And then a secondary negatively tilted short wave that should go into northern Missouri and southern Iowa, enhancing tornado potential there later this evening and into the early overnight hours. And then you have your big boy. There it is. That's your trough for tomorrow. And it's out there in Oregon and Idaho right now and is going to be rapidly progressing to the east for tomorrow's severe weather outbreak. And we'll go over some model data with that trough here in just a moment because I want to see if any of that has changed. But that so far, that looks really, really good. That looks really, really good because you could see your bowling ball trough up here, that embedded negatively tilted trough here, and then there's going to be a secondary one that develops right behind that, and then your primary bowling ball trough that's going to slingshot our main shortwave right there into our risk area for tomorrow. So I think this is a very favorable 500 millibar pattern for severe weather today and tomorrow. Taking a look at your lower level jet, looks very, very robust across Iowa. That's why we can't rule out even upwards of an intense tornado today across southern Iowa and far northern Missouri into west central Illinois. Like I said, especially as we get towards 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern, that should be the primary time frame right in that vicinity. And I am curious about one other thing real quick. I want to look at your lapse rates. They're fairly low behind the MCS as the cool pool, but behind that cool pool, they are destabilizing to 6.5 to 7.5 in the lower levels. So that should help to form robust supercells later on. So I don't think lapse rates will play a huge role in severe weather today. They may play a bit of a role in the severe side of things in the first hour or two. That's why these storms might not go from 0 to 100 if within an hour. It might take another 2 hours or so before these really start becoming robust tornadic supercells. And then look out here in Wisconsin. I mean, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings all over the place here with that MCS, and starting to see the same here in central Illinois as well. Yeah, tomorrow let's go look at the HRRR rendering in for tomorrow right now. Curious how different that looks. So the HRRR newest one has slowed down and is a little bit more widespread with robust convection in the morning. But morning convection, it is going to play a role in tomorrow for sure. But the biggest way it plays the role is the northern extent of your warm sector. Regardless, tomorrow's going to be a big day for severe weather. It's just, will that big day be in southern Wisconsin or in northern Illinois? So your morning convection is more of just playing a role in the location of tomorrow's greatest severe weather threat, not necessarily the actual magnitude of tomorrow's event. I think regardless of morning convection, tomorrow's going to be a big day. That's going to matter on the placement. Will it be southern Wisconsin where the highest severe risk is, or will it be back towards like Chicago and northern Illinois and Des Moines, Iowa? But this is your 12Z HRRR here. And you can see this is one of the most robust looks that we have seen this entire year for tornado potential. A very, very robust environment paired with multiple confluence bands across southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Although not all of these become mature supercells, that could be a result of poor venting, poor overall venting from these storms, and also not the best lower level lapse rates. So the two things I'll be looking at for tomorrow, two big things. Where's that morning convection at? And do we have clearing behind that morning convection? Those will be the two big things. If we can have clearing right behind that morning convection or south of it, that is going to be huge for tornado potential. If that is covered in all clouds and we don't have a lot of clearing, that could result in more of mini supercells, as in smaller supercells, and not as robust updrafts being able to sustain in the open warm sector. So those are two very crucial things that I'll be watching for tomorrow morning. And really the main time frame to look at that is going to be probably around noon, or maybe just a couple minutes after noon. Probably the 12:30 Eastern update is probably the most likely update for the SPC to pull the moderate trigger, depending on how surface analysis looks. But I do think tomorrow should already be a moderate. I don't really know why they haven't pulled the moderate trigger for tomorrow. Because all it takes is one supercell in this, and you're getting a violent long track tour. Seriously, that's all it takes. If you get a single semi-discrete supercell or a single embedded supercell that can hold on long enough to stay sustained, you're going to get a long-tracked EF3 plus tornado. There's no doubt about that. When you have supercell composite into the 50s and significant tornado parameter here, probably at like 15, 13, 14, significant tornado parameter there. No doubt about that. You're going to end up with a violent tornado threat. So I really don't know why the SPC has held off on putting at least a 10% SIG 2. I'm shocked they didn't at least do that. That at least would have been, if there's a little bit more uncertainty on tomorrow, at least something better than what they have now. And I mean, that 10%, man, the highest tornado threat is like right on the edge of that 10%. The absolute highest tornado threat tomorrow is literally on the edge of that 10% tornado risk in southern Wisconsin. So I really don't know why the SPC didn't upgrade the tor threat at least to a SIG 2, if not a moderate. Let's go to your 500 millibar wind speeds on the HRRR for tomorrow. And again, this is one of the more favorable looks for significant severe weather. You have a well-defined bowling ball trough in this area and a embedded, positively tilted, large trough embedded inside of that bowling ball trough. And you get that slingshot effect where this bowling ball trough helps pull that short wave rapidly off to the east-northeast. And just probably one of the best 500 millibar pattern looks that we've had all year with this. Probably one of the better 500 millibar patterns there. Very, very, very favorable for significant severe weather. And you could see that lower level jet overlapping directly in our highest severe weather contour from the SPC there. Of just a very, very, very favorable look. Very favorable look. Let's see the 18Z that's rendering in right now. Let's see if there's a difference between those two. Right off the bat, as long as these are at the same time, and they are, the 18Z is slower, which arguably will be better for severe weather. And I say that because that will make your trough more well aligned with the open warm sector. And you could even have, this could actually promote an even higher end environment. Yeah, could actually even promote an even higher end environment than the 12Z. You see the difference there. 18Z a tad bit further to the south and southwest. But also looks like 18Z could be a little bit more widespread and higher end with that supercell composite there. They're very close to the same. Very, very close to the same, just the 18Z is a tiny bit further to the southwest. which I think could actually help the severe threat tomorrow if that does come to fruition. And you can see this definitely is.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Definitely is a higher environment. Look at the difference at 6 p.m. tomorrow. 12Z, the older run, versus the 18Z newer run. This definitely promotes a higher end ceiling for tomorrow. But it looks like just the tail end of this stuff. Kind of the tail end of where that best lower level jet is. And you see that highest lower level wind shear of over 200, 0 to 1 kilometer, still in central Illinois. Of course, you have your peak up there in southern Wisconsin, but I'm just pointing that out in terms of not very robust supercell activity here. Despite how good your environment is, those are not very robust supercells. But here's the thing. I wouldn't be so confident in that, man. It's the HRRR, you know? I'm not an HRRR lover like I used to be. This model run has failed us countless amount of times this year and last year. So I wouldn't fully lean into the HRRR scenario. I do think that we could have a very significant line of damaging winds here on that cold front progressing eastward that the HRRR is just failing to denote whatsoever. Here's the 12Z RFSA model, and this is considerably different. Way further south of a warm sector here. And what does that do for tomorrow? Hey, that doesn't mean tomorrow's severe threat is any less significant. It just means the location is different. Instead of Milwaukee and Chicago and Rockford being under the highest severe threat, this would probably shift it to directly over Caleb's house and just to his north as well. And you could see a very robust line of very significant severe weather pushes through into Illinois. And that just stays further to the south than the HRRR. And why? That's because morning convection is further to the south. If we go to a different one, this is the NSSL HT. I'd rather use the RN. I think we can use both, but this is the HT. And if you take a look at that, let's go to your instability. That is already way further north with your warm sector than the HRRR and the RRFSA. It might be close to the HRRR, but I believe it's way further north than the RRFSA and north as well than the HRRR. And you could see you get this crazy supercell here in southern Wisconsin that would almost definitely be producing a long-tracked EF3 plus tornado at that point. And then really some struggling supercells behind that. Not very robust supercells behind that. And then your line of significant damaging winds to the south of that supercell. And let's go to the RT, NSSL RT, which I like a little bit more typically. It doesn't go out far enough, but this is a vastly different scenario. This is very weird.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It looks like your morning convection is off to the north, but you have lingering convection down here in Illinois, and that kind of screws up your environment a bit. Your peak environment is kind of separated into two different areas on this particular run. So I think this run is probably going to be considered null and void and not something we want to take really into consideration. That's a very big outlier. And here is the FV3, which you could see that has your warm sector going right over Chicago. So notice how the placement is quite different between all of these. The placement of your risk is quite different, but the overall idea still stays the same, with the opportunity for discrete supercells to ride the boundary left over from morning convection, probably an outflow boundary / warm front, and then a cold front pushing behind that with a more notable wind threat and embedded supercell threat. But the location is vastly different. Some of those models showed as far south as where Caleb is. Some of those models showed Chicago. Some of those models even showed up towards Madison, Milwaukee, and Appleton being the highest risk. So location on the greatest tor threat is definitely uncertain for tomorrow. All right, we are blowing up with severes over here. Plenty of severes. We've got another one for 80, 70, this one for 60, this one for 60. These two have been downgraded to 60. And I believe a new 71 there for Marshfield as well.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's for 80, and that's for 80 as well. Just been blown up with severe thunderstorm warnings. Also random severe in Southern Virginia. It's over South Boston. Chased there before. New severe for Central Illinois here for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Doesn't look too crazy on velocity. Not like what our storms up here looks like. These definitely pose a higher damaging wind threat than those in Illinois, but those storms in Illinois are attempting to catch up with that same high-end wind potential. Let's go over here real quick. Tornado on the ground. Interesting. I don't know about that. Could be a gustnado. Could have been a brief weak tornado. Could have just been the spotter seeing scud and thinking it was a tornado. If they have a video of it, that would help determine. And the NWS will definitely go in that area and survey if they find that report credible. But definitely not not something I can confirm or deny. I would be skeptical based off of radar. And I don't see anything that looks evident that a tornado occurred in that area. But that's up to the NWS to fully decide. But from what I could tell, that looks very skeptical. Yeah, you could see, like I said, we're probably verifying as a moderate risk out in here at the moment. And once these winds really pick up on that northern end, like I mentioned earlier, really this entire area could verify as a moderate. We'll get a new SPC outlook here in 20 minutes. I don't think they'll upgrade today to a moderate risk despite all the damaging winds happening. They may upgrade to a 45 sig 1. That wouldn't surprise me. But I doubt they'll pull the trigger on a moderate today, as storms are likely already halfway through their damaging wind potential. Let's go back to the HRRR for tomorrow. There's your updraft helicity tracks. Compare it to the 12Z. And you definitely have a very large focal point for severe weather on the HRRR. Very obvious focal point would be in this vicinity here on this particular run. But a lot of uncertainty due to that morning convection. We won't know the full ceiling of tomorrow until we see the morning convection and where it's heading. And how long it's surviving. But I do think tomorrow should be moderate for at least tornado potential and likely damaging winds as well. If you didn't see my outlook yesterday in the Discord server, you can go look at that in the hypothetical tab. I opted with a moderate risk, and I still stand by that. Although the placement is tricky, I went with the medium ground, which was not far south and not far north. So we'll see this from the SPC. I imagine we'll also see this jump a couple miles north and south. I think we already have, if I'm not mistaken. They've already changed that a little bit. If we go to day 2 tour probs and we go back, zoom in here. Yeah, you can see, wow. You know, I agreed way more with their original outlook this morning. I agreed way more with this outlook. Why did they do that? This is a much better outlook right here. It's a little hard to see, but you could see that 10% Sig 1 tour there. And then in the afternoon, they just shifted the whole thing to the west. I agreed exponentially more with the morning outlook than the afternoon outlook. And it's not even close. Reason behind that is Kerr. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whoever did this outlook did, in my personal opinion, a better job. I wonder if that was Kerr as well, or if that was a different NWS employee. Not trying to hate on Kerr, but just in my personal opinion, I agree more with the morning outlook than the afternoon outlook for tomorrow. Although I do think Kerr has the right idea with disextending the tornado risk west. I don't think that tornado risk was needed as far to the west-southwest. And I don't think it was needed that far to the south. And I do agree with the expansion of the 5 Sig 1 further into Michigan. But what I would do is I would keep the outlook. I would keep this outlook, but keep the 2%, the 5%, and the positioning of the Sig 1 outlook from this, and take the 10% outlook from this and put it to this one. And I think that would be a pretty good outlook. I think if they kept that 10% Sig 1 where it was right in here, and then kept the disextended outlook that they have now where that 2% and 5% is not as far west as it was and not as far south as it was, and that 5 Sig 1 was expanded to the northeast, I think that would be an outlook that I could agree more with. But they'll probably do that tomorrow, I'd have to imagine. As long as something crazy doesn't happen with morning convection. That's going to be the big thing. This outlook could completely change if morning convection is further to the south. Again, I still think even if morning convection goes all the way south to Davenport, Iowa, I still would think we would see a moderate risk. I still would think we would see a moderate risk. NATOcast has a 15 Sig tomorrow, so not surprised with that. And NATOcast also has a 45 Sig, or a 45% wind. I want to see, hold on. People are sharing like only the specific versions of it, so I want to go find the actual full version myself. Let's see. Yeah, so NATOcast has actually a 45 Sig and a 60 Sig wind for tomorrow. There's NATOcast for, actually today. Apologies, that's for today. Sorry, they look so similar. That's today's. This is tomorrow's. They look so similar, don't they? Ignore the 45% in Philadelphia. And the 30 Actually, that's a 60% in Philadelphia and a 45% on DC. But that's the wind risk for tomorrow. And the tour risk for today, you could see a 10% right there, which I think that's too far west. I think the main area today is actually right in here. I think that's where our primary tornado risk is for today. That's on NATOcast. And then let's look at tomorrow's NATOcast. And this is the 2022 models. That has a 10% in Northern Illinois. I believe we also have the 2024 models, and I think that's the one that has a 15% tomorrow. There you go. This is the 2024 models, which tends to be a bit more accurate. 2022 has underdone some risks. The 2024 models tend to be a little bit better. And you can see that there. And I agree a lot more with this than the SPC, unfortunately. Which I'm just curious. I wonder how close that is to my outlook. I can't show y'all my outlook from yesterday, but man, it is actually very close. The biggest difference between my outlook that I did yesterday and NATOcast's outlook is my 5%. I stopped my 5% stops right here. I don't have a 5% west of that area. So NATOcast is hinting at that morning round of convection having the chance for a tornado or two as well. It's actually very close to the outlook that I put out yesterday night. And that, of course, this just came out, so yeah, I didn't look at this yesterday because, well, like I said, it just came out. We do have 14Z, but this is typically well underdone. Wow. That is a 15% tour risk in Northwest Missouri. Either this overdoes things or underdoes things. This is the 2020 models. This, a couple days ago, actually verified in Colorado. It had a 15% in Colorado, and it actually verified. So do with that information as you will. Might have to watch Northwest Missouri today. Let's go with the 18ZH see if that pops up. Yeah, I guess it's hinting at this stuff here at about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock here. I guess that's what it's hinting at for good tour potential. Let's push this on out further here. This is going to get into 18Z on Friday. I'm curious what the HRRR has for that. Milwaukee, you're now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Hold on, that's a 90-mile-per-hour rounded up report. 88-mile-an-hour winds with that. I'm surprised we didn't get a 90-mile-per-hour severe with that earlier. And look at that. You could see the southern extent of our line is intensifying as we expected. And same with the northern side. So now you essentially almost have one big MCS here. Look at that. Your whole line is, well, with the exception of this little guy right there, completely severe warned from far northern edge to the southern edge. And that's exactly what I was expecting. And that's why I said I think today's going to perform as a moderate. Wouldn't say long track. I wouldn't rule out a long track tornado tomorrow. The reason why is because we could get a supercell or two that stays in front of that crap convection. Like HRRR doesn't really give a great example of the intense tour threat, but maybe like that storm right there could pose an intense long tracked tour threat. But the HRRR doesn't give the best example of that. I would say the long track tornado threat is definitely more conditional. I would say the long track tornado risk is more conditional. Tracy, let me tell you this, 90% of people would just like to watch and not chat. I barely chat in live streams. I watch countless amounts of chasers and countless amounts of storm coverage, and I only really chat in one of them. I'm not a person who chats a whole lot in live streams, and not a lot of people are. And some people are watching on TVs which don't have the option to type a message, and others are, like what Weather Warrior is doing, just driving towards a target and listening. And some people have it on for background noise. And shoot, some people might be asleep at 3:50 in the afternoon. Thank you, Weather Warrior, for a $2 donation. Greatly appreciated. Good luck on your chase tomorrow. I think you have a very high chance to see at least some cool looking clouds. Probably a good chance to see a tornado, but the hard thing is going to be you got to get on the right storm. There's going to be a lot of storms tomorrow. Some of them are going to struggle, but there's going to be at least one or two that are going to be able to maintain and likely produce strong to maybe even an intense tornado threat. See, this is the type of look we need for tomorrow as well. We need morning convection clearing out, and then some break in the cloud cover behind that, and then the initiation point for storms. That's what I'll be looking at for tomorrow. And that's why today's tornado threat has uptrended. Yeah, that's why NATOcast has a 15% there in northwest Missouri, and the other NATOcast has a 10% there. If I can go back and find it, has a 10% in western Illinois. Well, it depends, because if I go back to this, the Tor threat up here fell apart faster than the word you could say fast. It was a ginormous downtrend up here. But for Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri, it was a considerable uptrend. We weren't really even looking at this area for that good of a tornado potential. We were thinking up here was going to be the main severe weather event, including the potential for strong tornadoes. So the overall tornado threat fell apart very, very fast, but this area definitely uptrended for tornadoes. So it depends on exactly where you live. If you live in southern Iowa, the event uptrended like crazy. If you live in eastern Minnesota, the event downtrended like no tomorrow. Yeah, the HRRR did uptrend a little bit parameter-wise, which is in part to the slower jet stream. And look at this environment here at 10 p.m. I'm just not convinced that that environment at 10 o'clock is not going to have the chance for a strong tornado or two. That's why I think the SPC should have kept a 10 sig there in western Michigan. Even though you're going to be running out. It's just hard to believe. I don't think this event will be this messy tomorrow. Maybe I'm completely wrong. But I just don't think this will actually be the case where it's this messy. And like I said earlier, the HRRR has been wrong the last 3 days. So why is it going to be correct tomorrow? It was wrong today as well. If we go to the 00Z last night for today, you can see it did get that line a bit, but that line was a little bit too early and a little too far south. And then it looks like the convection is too far south down here into Missouri. You could see we've trended back to the west-northwest. And if we go to yesterday's run, look at yesterday's run. This is the 18Z for today. So the 18Z model run for, this is the newest 18Z. We're looking 24 frames out, right? For tomorrow, 24, 25 frames out. The same 18Z run from yesterday showed nothing over in southern Wisconsin. And this is where our main risk has been for damaging winds today. So the HRRR cannot be trusted. It fully missed a 90-mile-per-hour MCS across southern Wisconsin today, and a huge MCS also across northern Wisconsin, and the tail end of an MCS in central Illinois for today. So why should the same 18Z type run here be correct for tomorrow's event? Who knows what it could be missing? It could be missing a morning MCS that wipes out the warm sector in Illinois, or it could be overdoing the convection in southern Wisconsin, or in an extremely or very rare case, the HRRR could be correct. But from what I've experienced, it tends to be very wrong. It tends to be very, very wrong. And this is the NAM for tomorrow. I want to look at the 18Z NAM. And you know what? Let's go to the 18Z NAM from yesterday. Did that do any good today? Oh, it did better than the HRRR. It still absolutely missed the entire northern MCS. But at least it got the southern MCS. At least it did a little bit better. And then it shows the cells firing in Iowa and Missouri. So it did do pretty good with that. And it did show the northern MCS a little bit, but very, very late. It definitely didn't do too well with that, I will say. But I think it did a little bit better than the HRRR. Another little area that could be sneaky for tornadoes today, by the way, is western Wisconsin. Right in here. That's been an area we've been watching for like a week. But it looks like that still has a chance to produce a few tornadoes there in western Wisconsin. Especially if a storm could get discrete. I wouldn't fully rule out maybe even a strong tornado in that area. Yeah, the NAM has a linear bias, but that linear bias actually helps it to be better than the HRRR low-key. Really seems that way. The highest tornado threat tomorrow, for those wondering, looks to be between 3 p.m. Eastern and 9 p.m. Eastern. The absolute peak looks to be between 5 and 7. And the wind threat is just very, very high tomorrow. I really don't know why the SPC downgraded the wind threat. And then Friday still looks like a crazy wind bag for the eastern U.S., but we'll have to wait longer to figure out specifics. And also Saturday's tornado threat in southern Kansas, northeast Oklahoma has uptrended a bit today. We got a new MCD from the SPC. It's for the potential of a brief tornado, 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail, and damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour in north central Minnesota. So that's with this stuff up here. It's with these storms. Most likely that's where that MCD is going to be. Back up to 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, man, and look at them all. Look at them all. It's the whole line now. They just issued a new severe, so we now have a full line of severe storms stretching from central Wisconsin to central Illinois. How long is that? That's 350 some miles. 300 some miles right there of damaging winds. We could clean this up a little bit here. Go over to here. And this. There you go. Let's do more regional. I want to do a little wider view here. Look at that. That is something else right there. It definitely looks like a weak spot though in the line right here, but it's still technically severe. They're in a severe thunderstorm warning. So just like I thought, today is performing as a moderate in my opinion. Hey, at least the SPC didn't downgrade the wind risk for today. I have a feeling they're going to upgrade it back tomorrow. Something tells me the SPC is going to re-upgrade the wind threat for tomorrow's event. Yep. Already a severe weather outbreak occurring. And tornado threat. Really, I don't expect the tornado threat to be particularly high today with the messier mode that we are in. But all it takes is 1 or 2 supercells and we could get a strong tornado today. Hey, there's your day 3 outlook. And look, they finally put your boy in a slight risk. Oh, and they added a 30% wind. Look at that. And that was issued by Kerr. Surprising. Thank you, Kerr, for putting me in the 15% wind risk that I called out 3 days ago. He added a 30 percentile, which I also agree with. I do think that this will go hatched, and I do think it will go enhanced because of that. Hold on. Yeah, really just some gusty winds, maybe some very small hail, but really just gusty winds, very small hail, and maybe a brief tornado. The winds is the highest potential tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Friday. I thought about chasing this risk to my north for tomorrow, but it doesn't look good enough for me to go out and chase it and miss a likely moderate risk of coverage. I remember we've missed I've only chased one time when there was a moderate risk for severe weather in the US and I was chasing a slight risk in my neck of the woods. And that one time I chased, I actually got power flashes and very significant damaging winds, and then I got home in time to cover a tornado emergency in Kentucky. That was the only time I left to go chase a slight risk in my neck of the woods and not cover a moderate, but I got back in time before Tori occurred. So it still worked out. But don't worry. I don't plan on chasing tomorrow. I plan on being here. Emergency broils outlook to fix it up. I think that's what we need, to be honest with you. We need a broils outlook, man. That dude, very rarely does that dude miss. Not many times can you disagree with broils. Looks like the SPC, I think they pushed the enhanced risk a little further south. It's really hard to tell, but it looks like they extended it at least a tad bit to the south. Hold on, before that outlook updates, I want to see something. This is the day 1. I thought so. Look, right here. There is a enhanced risk for wind in this area, but there's not actually an enhanced risk. Look at that. That's a 30 sig 1 wind risk right there. That's an enhanced risk for wind, but it's slight. That's what they fixed on this newest outlook. Yo, that's crazy. I don't know how it took me that long to spot that. That's the SPC for you right there. Look at that. Just crazy windbag pushing through Illinois. If you're in any of these severe... Ooh, that one looks rough. That actually could be a destructive severe here soon. That's going to be going southwest of Chicago. I know we've had some viewers from this area tune in. So if you're in that area, Morris, Joliet, Beecher, Oaklawn, watch out. This severe storm likely going to produce 70 to 80 mile an hour winds as it heads into the southern side of Chicago. And Chicago will be put into severe here soon as this northern storm pushes through, producing 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. But I think the wind gust of 80 at the moment, if we have any, will be off to the south side of Chicago. And then for Milwaukee, thankfully this line has weakened a bit with eastward extent, but it's still producing some downbursts of 70 miles per hour moving into Milwaukee. And it feels like this line has already... it feels so fast. I mean, how fast is this thing moving? Only 45, but I swear just a minute ago I was looking at it in eastern Iowa. Like, look how fast this thing moved. Yeah, like literally just 2 hours ago, it was still in eastern Iowa, southwest Wisconsin. And now it's approaching the coastline of southeastern Wisconsin. So it's traveled almost the entire state of Wisconsin in 2 hours. Southern side of Wisconsin. That's about... the NWS says it's moving at about 45 miles per hour, but it's probably moving a bit quicker than that, considering we'll round it up. We'll say about 2.5 hours it traveled roughly 140 miles. So it's probably moving more like, what is that, 70 miles, 60 to 70 miles per hour. The SPC, rather, the NWS over here, says it's moving at 45. We can also check this too. Let's go from the point here and go back to here. And yeah, you can see about 53 miles right there. 53 miles right there. And then you go back another hour from that. And you can see that's about 100 miles. So yeah, probably about 55 miles an hour, I would say. It depends because the northern side can move quicker at like 60 miles an hour, and the southern side could move way slower at like literally 30, 40 miles an hour. So it's not like a one and done storm motion. Yeah, I don't believe it's going to be... I almost know it's not going to be a derecho, because that's only about... max, I'd say this thing's tracked 200 miles. I wonder if they would count it, though. Like, what if it started here and then tracked into Michigan, right? But technically goes sub-severe over this lake, right? Does that still count as a derecho? Because all the wind reports and the severe warnings are not going to be active and won't be reported out here, since there's no one out there to report it. So I wonder if that, like, gets rid of the derecho classification, or if it still counts. Curious. Yeah, these storms firing very, very messy as expected, but like I said, I expect them to really re-intensify here in about, I'd say, 2 hours or so, is when that stuff will probably really start intensifying. That's what I'm thinking. YouTube has been very bad today. The viewership on our stream today, apparently we just dropped from, our normal right about now, which is 35 viewers, and apparently we just dropped down to 1. So apparently everybody except for one person just left at the same time. I think we might have just set a YouTube record. That's crazy. YouTube is tripping. Yeah, but if you are in Chicago, please. Oh, you actually just got put into a 70-mile-an-hour severe. It looks very significant for Chicago. So if you are in Chicago or around Chicago, you have time right now, even though you just got put under that severe. I would say it's still going to be safe from any lightning for about 5 more minutes at least. That severe is for an hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, you probably have a good 5 to 15 minutes with zero lightning in the area, zero rain in the area. And just go ahead and get those objects outdoors. If you have lawn chairs outside that can fly, stools outside that could fly, an unsecured doghouse that could get lifted by 60-mile-an-hour winds, go ahead and bring all that stuff into a garage or into like the corner of your corner of where you go into your house at. That's what we've done. We've brought in lawn chairs and just put them like right next to our door. That way we don't get our whole house dirty. Just so they don't become flying objects. I will tell you, one time we left a little blue stool we had in the first house we moved to. We had a blue stool, new tornado warning. We had a blue stool. We left it outside. And this was before I was a big weather enthusiast, so I didn't know how bad the storm was going to be. I just saw, dark clouds. I'm sitting on the porch on the blue stool, looking at the clouds roll in. Big shelf cloud looked crazy. And this was probably like 2016 to 2018, somewhere around there. I ran inside because it started to rain, and I forgot the stool. And by the time I came back out after the storm, the stool flew like a mile down the road because we had wind gusts of 80 to 90 miles per hour. And just a tiny little stool I left on the porch. That wind picked it up, pulled it out of the porch, which was open. It didn't have a door, and took it a mile down the road. And we found it in a neighbor's yard pretty far down the road. So if you have something like that, a stool that can go flying, or a lawn chair, or some unsecured object, go tie it down or bring it into a garage or a house or your house, so that way it doesn't go flying away. And like I said, if you're in Chicago, you still have time. You still have a good 5 to 15 minutes before lightning gets even close to your area. But after that, once it hits about 3:30 Central, I believe y'all are in Central. At 3:30 Central, I recommend not going outside anymore, staying away from doors and windows, and being close to your safe spot, because this looks like it is going to be a significant severe storm with 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and we could even have a small opportunity for a tornado out of that. We did just get a tornado warning up here. You see this little area of rotation in Eden? That little area of blue pixels next to dark green? That looks to be a little area of rotation right there. And that's going to be heading up towards Mount Calvary. Ironic name there. In eastern Wisconsin. So make sure you get to your safe spot there. Our first severe of our tornado watch just got issued here in King City, Missouri. So get to inside your house, away from doors and windows if you're in that severe. Yes, plenty of lightning with these storms. A very electric storms going into Chicago, and also very electric storms back up here around Strong's Prairie. Very, very electric lightning storms. A lot of lightning. This one in Chicago is particularly electric. Very frequent lightning there. I don't know if I showed y'all the new SPC outlook. I feel like I forgot to, so here you go. I didn't even look at it myself. They've kept a 10 sig tornado risk in southern Iowa and northern Missouri. And strange, but, I won't disagree with it too much. They've kept the entire 5 sig going into northern Wisconsin. I am a little surprised they didn't upgrade to a 45 sig one. I really thought they were going to, from like Chicago back up into central Wisconsin. I was really thinking they were going to put a 45 sig in that area. Maybe expand the 30 sig a little bit further east to fit in that 45 sig one right in here. Just because we do have a very widespread amount of a very, very widespread amount of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts ongoing. And the hail threat, they have kept that at a 30 sig 1. Really, the only area I think hail could be a problem at is on the tail end of this. I think that's where the hail threat's the highest. I really don't think we'll see too much notable large hail greater than 2 inches in diameter in Minnesota or western Wisconsin. I think the only area for hail is going to be western Illinois, southern Iowa, and northern Missouri. Maybe also into eastern Kansas. I know there's a secondary area of convection that could fire. Yeah, that stuff right there. That stuff right there maybe also could pose some large hail as well. But I don't think that hail risk, in my opinion, I don't think that needs to be a 30 sig 1 all the way up into eastern Minnesota and western Wisconsin. I think the main hail threat will be focused where those storms are more clustered to semi-discrete right in here. They expanded the hail risk west? They might have. If they did, I would completely agree with it. I think it probably could have gone a little bit further to the west if they did. No, this outlook is the old one. I can't compare it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back in the stream and look at it. And then compare it that way. No. It looks the same. Yeah. I don't think they expanded it. If they did, it would have been by absolutely the tiniest bit. But they did expand it north. That's actually on the newest update. They actually expanded the hail risk northward. Which I can't say I don't agree with that much, to be honest with you. Remember that 30 sig 1, that's where we're looking at the potential for up to 3-inch hail. I don't see that being possible there. In my personal opinion. Now, I do think we could see hail up to 2 inches. 1.5, 2 inches with these storms, but I don't think it would be up to 3. Like what we could see down there in Missouri. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 1.3-inch hail. A lot of hail swaths on that. Getting the new HRRR in right now. It's already wrong, though, because we have a lot of storms ongoing in southern Iowa, northern Missouri. Look at all that convection. And the HRRR only has a storm in northeast Kansas. Right there. If those alerts would stop popping up. There you go. Right there. And fun fact, we actually don't even have storms fully fired in that area yet. Nothing here in Topeka, Kansas yet. That's good, but I do think you will eventually get some strong to severe storms either probably right in that area. I would expect severe storms in that area tonight. There's a slim chance they could avoid you, but it really looks like they're going to be all in and around that area. I don't think you have that high of a tornado threat. I wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado. But the main threat is definitely going to be wind and hail. I don't see the tor threat being particularly high anywhere in the U.S. today. But I just wouldn't rule out a strong tornado in this vicinity. A strong tornado or two in that area. If we could get... It's possible if we get one supercell that's fully discrete, we could see a intense tornado today. But that would be a very high-end scenario. Here's our new HRRR, so I'll go ahead and look at that. So these storms are blowing up right now from southern Iowa to northwestern Missouri and even into northeastern Kansas. And I think your best opportunity is about 8 o'clock local in Topeka for some strong to severe storms. Right around 8. This particular model has the worst to your northeast and to your southwest, so this one has you getting lucky. But I think it will be right about 8 p.m. local. I mean, man, it is just MCS season, because look at this. Here's another MCS that we're going to see. We are going to see 4 MCSs over the next 24 hours. We have one huge MCS ongoing now. We're going to have another one ongoing at 8 o'clock tonight. And we're going to have another one ongoing at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we're going to have another one likely ongoing. It's hard to say exactly where, but roughly from up in here, down in here, tomorrow at 4, 5 Central. We're literally going to get 4 lines of significant severe weather in the next 24 hours, and virtually all of them are in the same vicinity, right in here. This area will get 4 lines of significant severe weather in the next 24 hours. That is crazy. And somehow all of them are going to split over Caleb's house in central Illinois. That's wild. It's like a dome over us. Well, I imagine you don't particularly want a lot of severe weather, so that's good. That's good. Definitely watching these areas here for locally 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts as they push into Joliet in northeastern Illinois. Those are going to head, I think, right into southern Chicago. So get ready, especially if you're in downtown and southern or just south of Chicago. I think that will be where our wind gusts are the absolute worsts. But I still think we could see 60 to 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts on that northern side. But the best chance for 80 is going to be where that tornado warning just popped up. That was the area I was pointing out for 80 mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it looks like that's strong enough to actually warrant a tornado warning. Even though I don't see a whole lot of rotation there. It's more of just, from what I could tell, straight line winds. But definitely a good idea to get to your safe spot. If you're in Shorewood, Joliet, Crystal Lawns, that area. I turned off the beeping from those alerts because we kept getting so many alerts that I just turned them back on for the tornado warning. It probably has like 500 severe warning it's got to cycle through. So you're going to keep hearing that beep. There's one for Missouri. That's this one in Princeton that just got issued. In Princeton. And we just got another one in Lucas in Iowa. So starting to see more severe warnings pop up there. See how long it takes to cycle till the tornado warning. Oh, we just got a PDS severe too. Hey, there's the tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I am going to refresh that browser here. Well, I kind of want to wait till that PDS warning comes in because that's observed 90. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's extremely dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Observed 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, heading into Appleton, Sherwood, Hilbert, Brothertown in eastern Wisconsin. Very, very significant there. I'll refresh the notifications after that PDS warning comes in, just so it can be more up to date, because when we get all these severe warnings, sometimes it takes forever to get through them all because they all come in at bunches. So, like, we'll get 10 new severe thunderstorm warnings in the course of a minute, and, you know, it takes a little while for each one to come through. Yeah, so today's definitely verifying as a moderate. Definitely should have gone moderate. Or like I said, at least 45 sig 1. So there you go. Yeah, it is EDS as well. You see right above that notification, extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. So get to your safe spot. Pretend as if this was a tornado warning. Wherever you'd go for a tornado warning, go there for this severe warning. I'm going to refresh that because it's taking so long. Watch, another one's going to come through. Even though I refreshed it. It's just because all of them are getting updated. Well, here comes a PDS one. Every time one of them gets updated or upgraded or disextended or reissued, it pops in. So we just got a new PDS severe warning for Appleton, Wrightstown, Denmark, and Cleveland, and northeastern Wisconsin. Make sure you guys get to your safe spot. If you're in these brown highlighted polygons, treat them like tornado warnings. Wherever you'd go for that safe spot for a tornado, go there for this severe warning because it's likely to produce tornadic to hurricane-like wind speeds. Whichever one gets to your safe spot. Tornadic-like wind speeds, hurricane-like wind speeds, it's likely going to produce 70 to 90 mile an hour winds. So you got to get to your safe spot. And this isn't like a tornado where it's, you know, a quarter mile wide is typically about as large as the normal tornado gets to. Of course, violent and intense tornadoes we have seen get upwards of 2.6 miles wide, but that's not the point. But with this, you're not looking at like a 1/10 of a mile to a 3-some mile wide wind swath. You're looking at 30 miles. 30 miles of 70 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's this entire area here. Looking at 70 to 90 mile an hour winds. Very, very significant. I do want to go back to Chicago here. Wow.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And I think we'll get another one for this. I think this needs to be PDS. Not the tornado warning, the severe warning. I don't think this is much of a tor threat. I think this is a big wind threat here. Southwest of Chicago. I think this needs to be a PDS severe. I think if you're in Plainfield, you got to run to your safe spot if you're in Plainfield, because I think we have 90 mile an hour winds heading directly for our radar site. RIP to our radar site. That looks very, very significant. 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts over Platteville heading into Plainfield, Shorewood. I'm going to turn down those notifications just so I don't have to talk over them as much. There we go. So hopefully those aren't as loud. Let me see. Okay, maybe a tad bit louder, right? Just a little bit lower because I felt like I was talking over them. That should be good. I want my voice to be in the yellow and yeah, the notifications to be in the lower yellow bracket. You have an audio bracket on Streamlabs. It goes light green, yellow, and then red. And then once you get to the end of red, that's where you're going to be capping out. And I want the notifications to be at the end of yellow and my voice to be at the upper end of yellow. And that's what it is. You got a job? Oh, shoot. Good luck, buddy. I wish you great luck. What job do you got? We ain't never seen him in here again. Might as well take his mod and give it to somebody else. This is the last time we ever hear from Catman for the next decade. Taco Bell. Interesting choice. Could have chose Chick-fil-A, but that's alright. Better than nothing. Do I get a discount? Do I get a discount on Taco Bell now, Catman? Come on. Yeah, so still looks like 80 to actually I would say these are most definitely 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts heading into Plainfield here. Heading into Plainfield in northeastern Illinois. Sweet. So I'll stop by where Brooklyn works for a 50% discount on Chick-fil-A.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Pretty sure that's on this one. I'll stop by Brooklyn, one of our mods, for at her workplace in Chick-fil-A to get a 50% discount, and then I'll go to Taco Bell and get a discount from Catman and his workplace. And then I could go to Lucky's house over here and get a discount at his restaurant. I'm set for life. Now, the only problem is I got to travel 10 some hours to Oklahoma for those discounts, and it's most definitely wouldn't be worth it. It'd be worth it to see Catman in Brooklyn, but not for the discount. Hopefully one day me and Catman can meet up. He can give me a tour around the SPC when he works for him in a few years. Where's that PDS warning at? I swear it said...
A new PDS severe
Okay, those are
thunderstorm warning
in
has been
Wisconsin.
issued.
So that's actually this one here for 80 miles an hour. I thought that was going to be for the one back in Illinois. But that's actually up here for Plymouth, I think is how you say that. Plymouth, Mount Calvary, West Bend, Allenton. You guys all need to get to your safe spot and treat that as if it's a tornado warning. Hold on, I want to see this real quick. Oh, new tornado warning. Sorry, I was just checking something. Apologies. Alright, let's go to that tornado warning, wherever it was. I bet that was just a continuation of this one in Joliet. You know what we could do? And go check WeatherWise. WeatherWise shows us when they update. So we'll be able to tell based on WeatherWise. Yes, that was the one in Joliet. They disextended it from Platteville and other areas to the west and south. I really think that this should be PDS. I don't know why. I really don't know why this is not PDS right now. Because there's your radar. Your radar is right there. We are scanning not but probably, I don't know, I'm estimating 300-400 feet up, and there it is. There it is. Perfect. And honestly, this could be closer to 90-mile-an-hour winds here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And I imagine that's a disextension of this one here in Wisconsin, unless it's a new one. If it's a new one, it would be for probably up here. But it's probably just the disextension of this one, which expires anyways in 11 minutes. Got 2 reports of something over here. Multi-vortex tornado ongoing. Cone tornado. So this is a unwarned tornado from 2 spotters. This is 2 different spotters?
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Has dissipated, but wall cloud remains. So just moments ago, we had an unwarned tornado reported by 2 spotters out here in north central Missouri. So make sure...
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Make sure that you get to your safe spot if you're in that severe warning around Princeton and Powersville in north central Missouri. That seems to be actively... was producing a tornado, or could even still be producing a tornado. Caleb made a report. I would go look at it, but it probably doxes his house. So I'm not going to go show that to y'all. But good job, Caleb. Good job. You're contributing to our reports. I would go try to find it, but like I said, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like right over bro's house, so. Well, I remembered, Caleb, see? That's why I didn't go see it.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, so that's them updating these warnings up here. They're disextending them. Still 90 observed on that, 80 on that, 80 on that. So very, very significant line of 70 to 90 mile-an-hour wind gusts here. Going into Appleton, West Bend, and surrounding areas south of Green Bay in east central Wisconsin. And probably the most concerning area of winds right now is moving into the southwest metro here in Chicago. It's just southwest of what I would consider city limits here in Chicago. It's southwest of that. It's going over our radar site here, south of Bolingbrook. And it's currently over Plainfield. So over Plainfield, over Shorewood, over Crystal Lawns. You guys are likely all getting somewhere between 70 and 90 mile per hour wind gusts right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get a report.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a report from somebody out here of what wind speeds may be so we can more accurately portray that to you guys. Let's see, they're keeping it at 80. Another one for 70 and tore possible to its south. I feel like this is probably the main severe weather event today. I really don't think we'll see something like this with the secondary line later tonight. The secondary line might have a bit more tornado action, but I think for severe weather,
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This ought to be the peak. Because we are at 1, 2, 3, 4 PDS severes right now. And we just keep getting more and more updates to those severes, and we're at a lot of considerables as well. I mean, we could go over here to GR2, and I can give you a list of the warnings and look at them all. 1, 2, 3, 4 PDSs, and on top of that, an additional 4 significant severes, and on top of that, 2 tornado warnings. So a lot of severe stuff happening right now. Oh, and that was actually a new warning in Missouri. That popped up as I was showing you guys that. Not for the storm I was thinking. I was thinking that would be for where we had the unwarned tornado reported. Cone. Imagine that's misspelled. I just said corn, by the way. Corn tornado is still on the ground. Still unwarned.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I'm assuming that's right up here with this little indent. So still an unwarned tornado on the ground, probably heading towards Powersville in northern Missouri. And then we just got...
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We just got a new tornado warning for this hook echo in Maysville and Weatherby in Missouri. Still for 80 there. Yeah, pretty good idea. Pretty good confidence that we're going to actually lose the radar site southwest of Chicago. Hopefully not, but those wind speeds are likely in excess of 80 miles an hour.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still 90 observed on that. They just updated it. Still observed in 90 mile an hour winds. So we'll continue to monitor that. And that's your tornado warning finally.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go ahead and refresh that browser because there's so many updates coming into these warnings. The NWS is so busy right now. It's just consistent beeping.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Observed. Observed. So that's going to be this one probably. Up in here. We'll have to see exactly where they put that warning. I imagine it's going to be because I think this is where the tornado is. So I'd have to imagine, yeah, they're just going to flop a big box polygon on that. I was thinking maybe they would do either a small quadrant here or just put a big box on it since we've had 3 reports in that vicinity. So confirmed tornado. Thankfully now a observed active tornado warning there. That's been an unwarned tornado for a while. We've either had 1 long duration tornado or, according to this chaser, 2 tornadoes. One that lifted, touchdown, lifted, and then touchdown again and is still on the ground. So either 1 tornado from this storm that's just been on the ground for about 10 minutes or 2 tornadoes that have touched down from this storm. I want to go back down to this storm in Maysville. Again, pretty good rotation on that. I think our peak tornado threat has arrived a little bit sooner than I was thinking. I was thinking 6 o'clock Eastern in about an hour, but looks like that's actually now. So we'll need to monitor that to see if that tries to drop a strong tornado or not. The good news is these storms should not be semi-discrete for too long. They should turn more messy, and that should inhibit the overall ceiling of today's tornado threat. Now, I do want to go back here to Wisconsin, because I want to note that these storms here are probably just going to continue off to the northeast and impact the coastal areas of eastern Wisconsin. But these guys here in northern Illinois and far southern Wisconsin, these guys are going to continue into Michigan. So I'd have to imagine we're going to get a new severe watch here in probably 2 hours or so for northern Indiana and western Michigan. Because these are likely to continue to produce anywhere between 60 and 80 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe even an isolated gust upwards of 90, even into Grand Rapids later this evening. I don't expect that wind threat to die down until these storms get towards the Flint area around 9 o'clock tonight. Maybe even a little later than that. Is there a... Okay, they don't have an enhanced risk out for Wisconsin. Or rather for Michigan. If you look here for today, they have a slight out. And yeah, I do think the storms will die out around the Flint area. So that's where it drops from a level 2 in Flint to level 1 to the east of that. Level 2 and a level 1 out of 5. Let's go back to our tornado warnings in northern Missouri again. This rotation, it doesn't look particularly organized, but it does look good enough to where I feel like we could see a tornado try to drop out of that.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, we did get a report out of this. Tornado on the ground 4 minutes ago. Curious.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Where was that? I'm skeptical of that report. I ain't gonna lie. I'm skeptical of that report. Probably the biggest reason on why is because it was reported 4 minutes ago.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I'm skeptical on that. That tornado was reported back here when the storm was out here. So I feel like I'm a skeptical one on that one. Terminal radar, I forgot about those. I forgot about those. Let me go to this one. Terminal radar here in Illinois, right? That's the one y'all are wanting me to look at. Which one's better here? This one I think is a little bit better. You see those wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour there. I'm in Plainfield. Am I cooked? Well, to be honest with you, you should have already gotten cooked. You should have already had 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts about 10 minutes ago. So the storm's actually exiting Plainfield right now. So if you haven't already gotten cooked, you're probably fine. I will say this, though. There's going to be another round tomorrow.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's a chance for another round actually tonight about 9 o'clock, but that may stay to your south. And then there's a high likelihood that you will be hit by another line similar to this tomorrow around 7 o'clock. Let's go back to our terminal radar. It looks like the highest winds right now are near Homer Glen. And again, I think, in my personal opinion, this is still just outside of Chicago city limits. I think this would be... This is getting very close to Chicago city limits right now. It's getting very, very close to Chicago city limits. Let me look up Chicago city limits and see if there's just... See if there's like a general map. There is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm curious if Orland Park is considered city limits or not. So, city limits of Chicago begins north of Buford or Bedford Park. And east of Evergreen Park. So that's right in here. So according to this map that I have pulled up, this is not yet in Chicago city limits. Yeah, Oak Lawn.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So like right up in here is where Chicago city limits begins. So I don't think that PDS severe, it might be for like a small corner of city limits, but I don't think it is actually for just yet the city of Chicago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's a observed one still for Missouri, but we actually just got a full new warning for southern Illinois, or rather southern Iowa. Southern Iowa for Garden Grove, good area of rotation.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Pretty good hook echo on that too, so get to your safe spot if you're in Millerton or surrounding areas in southern Iowa. Let's go back to the PDS warning and look at that. 94 mile an hour wind gusts measured by the airport.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's measured by the Medar on a airport about 30 or so minutes ago. 94 mile an hour wind gusts right there. That's the highest by far of the day. Very significant winds heading into Appleton right now. And thankfully, I mean, it's unfortunate we haven't got any ground truth reports here, but that's a good thing because that means there's not really many wind gusts being observed down here. This is a very populated area. So I have a feeling, you know, we're going to have a lot of people measuring the wind gusts out here, and hopefully it's just not significant enough for them to be reporting it. And hopefully people are taking shelter and heeding that warning out here southwest of Chicago. Oak Forest, Illinois. Let me see. I don't have my searching radar up yet. Okay, you're just in front of the
A new PDS severe
PDS.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So yeah, you're like right out. There you are. Oak Forest. You definitely have a significant line heading your way. The worst wind speeds located right in here. And that's probably going to head right towards you, to be honest with you. That's right where our 80 mile an hour wind gusts are located in. And that's moving, it looks like, directly towards your area, so I would definitely prepare to be away from doors and windows and maybe get to your safe spot, which is the lowest floor of your home, away from doors and windows, in the most interior room of your house, because that line is, that tiny little indent is where the strongest winds are. That's in Orland Park and Orland Hills right
A
now.
new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Those are just all the warnings being updated as well. I'm going to go ahead and refresh it so it's up to date. Yeah, you could see radar's picking up on 74, 75 miles per hour in this area. That's heading into Orland Park. Very, very significant winds. Maybe even actually upwards of 80 there. Have a report 2 minutes ago. Major hail. Wow. Hail in this storm. Major hail in Orland Park. Trees already down and mild rotation spotted. Trees completely stripped of leaves. Very significant damage reported, and that is inside of our very significant line here. Again, this indent is where those notable wind speeds will be located in. And that's a very serious report out there from the northwest side of Orland Hills, southwest side of Orland Park. And again, that's heading into Oak Forest, Country Club Hills, that surrounding area, barely southwest of Chicago. We did get a new tornado warning up here in north central Wisconsin for Maine. Get to your safe spot there. Little area of rotation going over you. Nothing from what I could tell too significant, but definitely want to be in your safe spot just in case. That is far from radar, so we don't have a great visual on that. This is back into northern Missouri. Northern Missouri here for Powersville, Newton, Princeton, Mercer. We still have a confirmed tornado in this area for 37 more minutes where you need to be in your safe spot. One or more tornadoes have been confirmed from this storm. And I think the main area of that rotation is probably closer to Powersville right now. This is in southern Iowa. Looking at that area of rotation near Garden Grove. Looks a bit weaker, but still be in your safe spot as that goes to Millerton, Iowa. Going to jump back down to Missouri for this tornado warning, and look at that. That's in Weatherby and Maysville in northern Missouri. Looks like strong rotation there. And basically, if you don't know what this product does, it's velocity. And this is your radar site. Red is winds going away from that radar. So you always have to know where your radar is. And red is winds going away from that radar. And green is winds going towards that radar. The brighter that red is, and as it gets into yellow on this particular color table, the stronger those winds are. So that's about 70 on 40 mile an hour rotation there. That's almost a significant area of rotation. Connor had a tornado down in Weatherby. That's on this storm, right? You said had, so I assume that this was briefly a tornado on the ground in Weatherby in northwestern Missouri. Still probably 70 to 80 mile an hour winds over Appleton, heading towards Denmark in northeastern Wisconsin. We're going to go back to Chicago again. Very significant bowing segment there. Even looks like a second area of wind gusts. So the worst winds looks to be right in here. That's where your worst wind speeds are. Looks like that northern side is getting a little bit stronger. south of Brookfield. And that is going to be heading into Chicago city limits here in about 15 minutes. So you've had a very long time to prepare if you're in downtown Chicago. This warning has been up for almost an hour now. And the main wind speeds are just beginning to hit the western side of city limits of Chicago. And you've had almost an hour warning from the NWS.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I believe that's just a continuation of this severe in Orland Park, continuing it for 80-mile-an-hour winds in Orland Park. So still need to be in your safe spot. Oh, they actually continue that a little bit further there. That is for the southern side of Chicago for 80-mile-an-hour winds. So that is officially a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for the southern side of Chicago. Let me see here. So if you are in this, it doesn't include the exact downtown area of Chicago right in here, but it does include the city limits: Bridgeport, New City, Brighton Park, Chicago Lawn, West Lawn, Ashburn, Evergreen Park. Most of those areas are in city limits of Chicago. And that's where this line of 80 miles per hour is pushing through here. It's already over Oak Forest. It's already over Robbins, Oak Lawn, Burbank, Garfield Ridge. Those areas are already being hit right now with 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. And those wind gusts are going to be pushing into, in the next 5 to 10 minutes here, Chicago Lawn, Evergreen Park, Blue Island, and I think Homewood. You might get the tail end of the 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts here, but I think Homewood is going to be clear from the 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Also watching the northern side of this, right in here for a brief tornado threat. You see that little indent? That's indicating a little area of winds here going into the storm, and that could promote a little bit of a tornado threat around the Oak Lawn area, going into Evergreen Park, Roseland, and then eventually into South Shore in Illinois. Yeah, so we've probably had a brief tornado or two here from this storm in Missouri. I don't see anything definitive on radar that it's down, but I believe a chaser had a tornado for a brief moment or two, and he might have had a second one as well. So, whether there's a tornado ongoing or not, you're in a tornado warning here in Weatherby and Plattsburgh in northwestern Missouri, so you should get to your safe spot. We also got a new tornado watch just got issued out here. New tornado watch for Davenport, Iowa, and areas that was in the severe thunderstorm watch. Now inside a tornado watch. A couple strong tornadoes possible. 2-inch hail likely. 75 mile an hour winds likely for just under 1.5 million people. That's in that highlighted purple box right in here. New tornado watch there. Like I said, I think we'll get a new severe watch pretty soon here in about an hour or so for western Michigan, northwestern Indiana. Hard to say for sure, but that might be... Is that the area of rotation we're looking at, or is it moved? Yeah, that's the area of rotation. Look at that. That actually might be a tornado ongoing right there. Might actually have a tornado that was just ongoing north of Crestwood on the southwest side of, just southwest of Chicago. Let's see if we have any CC on that. I don't see any great CC. Oh,
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
that's this one. Southern Iowa, right? I think that's this one here. Unless they issued a new one over in this vicinity, which it wouldn't have said warning upgraded. I believe that's a new, yep, new tornado on the ground. So we have 3 tornadoes on the ground right now. One in southern Iowa here just got confirmed. Going into Millerton, southern Iowa, get to your safe spot. And then we have our other confirmed warning here, which we got a new report of. Let's see. Rotating wall cloud 5 minutes ago, so that may not be on the ground anymore. Might have lifted. And that's in northern Missouri. And then this tornado warning had a tornado ongoing moments ago. It looked like we had a tiny tornado ongoing. I didn't see a very definitive one. I just saw some ground circulation, which indicates a tornado with a funnel overhead. But I didn't see anything definitive there. You're saying it's still on the ground, but I haven't seen a single definitive thing in at least 3 minutes on this chaser feed. Let me see here. Yeah, it's still not even condensed. If it's a tornado, it's barely even going to be surveyable. It's just a weak, brief tornado. That was 5 minutes ago to their west-northwest. So I'm assuming... I think they actually meant east-northeast, not west-northwest. Because west-northwest wouldn't make any sense, but east-northeast would. I'm assuming that's what they mean. And that was our little area of rotation. We could have had a brief tornado right there. Southwest of Mount Greenwood, Illinois. But thankfully, it looks like that area of rotation has died out. And what are these pixels at? 80 miles an hour? Yeah, probably 80-mile-an-hour winds and Roseland there. So still get to your safe spot if you're on the southern side of Chicago. We're going to go back to Iowa where our confirmed tornado warning is. Not seeing anything great here on CC. Nothing that's definitive of a tornado. This CC's been consistent with clear air, but on that newest scan, it's a little bit more lined up. See if they included anything. Law enforcement confirmed a tornado. Fire chief in Houston reported several touchdowns. So that's probably our fourth. We're going to go with fourth tornado of the day. Because we've had probably 1 or 2 here. 1 or 2 here. And then definitely 1 or 2 here. So being safe, we're going to call that the fourth. Roughly 4 tornadoes today. All of which have likely been weak and brief. And then we had a possible one there in Chicago, but I didn't see any good, at least southwest of Chicago, but I didn't see any good CC drop with that. All right, let's go back to MRMS here. Yeah, so our line is moving off the coastline of Wisconsin, and it is weakening. We still do have a significant destructive severe here for Brillen and Denmark and northeastern Wisconsin. And again, I do think we'll get a new severe watch, at least on the southern side of this, for northwestern Indiana into western Michigan. The biggest question with that is how far north does it go? Because I don't know if this line is going to be strong enough to support a severe watch all the way up the western coastline of Michigan.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We did just get a new significant severe here in northwestern Indiana. First severe in Indiana, the main event here. That's for Gary, so make sure you get to your safe spot away from doors and windows. You don't have to get to your safe spot.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You don't have to get to your safe spot, but I would recommend it considering this line has produced 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. That was a continuation of your 80 mile per hour PDS severe for the southern side of Chicago in northeastern Illinois. That one's still for 80 as well. And they did confirm that tornado warning out here in Missouri. No great radars for this, huh? Was this the radar we were... What was the radar we were using here? Looks like that rotation just isn't as organized, but...
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Then again, we are far away, so it makes sense on why we can't really tell. But that's in north central Missouri. There's a tornado ongoing there. And also a tornado ongoing in Millerton in south central Iowa.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then we have a tornado warning no longer confirmed now. Just saw that report come in live. Cone funnel with occasional vortices. So it looks like this is trying its hardest to touch down. And I'd assume that's probably right in here. We'll see if that's consistent rotation. Not very consistent, but you can see it originates from down here in Newton. And then goes up there. So this is probably tried to or may have already produced a tornado. Is that a big debris ball? Huh. We're gonna have to go...
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Come on, load up. Well, the next scan, it did go away.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep, new observed warning on that storm in northwest Missouri. Oh, yeah, look at that. That is probable CC. See the ZDR? See how it's all red and orange? And then when that CC popped up...
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
I think that's this one in northern Missouri that we're looking at right now. That ZDR decreased. So that is a probable tornado ongoing and likely was strong for a moment there. Waiting to see if that's the one they just upgraded. We'll see if Andrew Dale reports a tornado or not here in the next few minutes. Because that looks like a probable strong tornado going towards Unionville. And then again, we do have a confirmed tornado here in Jameson, moving towards Jamesport. And I think that's the warning that actually went observed. It just took forever for the overlays to figure that out. I'm going to refresh it so it's up to date again. And if you are in Chicago, the worst of the storm is hitting you at this very second. So make sure you're staying away from doors and windows. And the worst of it will be over in about 5 minutes or so, but you'll still continue with lightning and heavy rain for the next 15 minutes. This was reported 10 minutes ago. A few small tree branches have fallen nearby, not very large, about an inch or so. Report north of that, multiple small tree limbs down, largest measuring approximately 2.5 inches. Yeah, that's 2.5 inches for a tree branch. Not very large tree branches right there. 50-mile-an-hour winds can knock that stuff over easily. And this has 70 to 80. Oh. There's someone else reporting it. That's reporting a large multi-vortex tornado ongoing. 3 miles southwest. I'm assuming that's 3 miles southwest of that location. And that would correlate absolutely beautifully with our area of rotation. 3 miles to that report southwest. So yes, we have visual confirmation now from a report of a multi-vortex strong tornado ongoing towards Unionville in north central Missouri. Make sure you run to your safe spot. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is likely a life-threatening situation here for Unionville. So get to your safe spot. Again, this is in north central Missouri. We do have another report of this. Did I already read this? Brief tornado about 5 miles ago to my west at 4 p.m. Central. It's 11 minutes ago. Tornado looked very wispy and has since lifted. So that's another confirmed report off of that storm. We've had like literally 3-4 different reports from this storm. And in this one, we've had multiple chasers report tornadoes. But we know this is producing probably the strongest tornado of the day. I'd have to imagine this is likely going to be the strongest tornado of the day. Probably a strong to intense tornado ongoing with this area of rotation. This is going right for Unionville. I'd imagine that NWS, hopefully, fingers crossed, is going to pull a PDS tornado warning trigger on this. This is a very dangerous and life-threatening situation for Unionville in north central Missouri. Very, very dangerous, strong tornado going right towards Unionville. This might be going tiniest bit more north. They haven't confirmed that yet. At least they put a warning out for Unionville, so at least that's the good news.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I have no idea why that's not observed, though, because we have a strong to intense tornado ongoing. Lofting debris likely 12,000 plus feet up. I'm going to go ahead and quickly make a tweet about this. In just a second.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There we go. Did I actually spell everything right in that tweet? Wow. Shocker. Yeah, so that's a intense tornado ongoing heading towards Unionville in north central Missouri. Very, very easy to spot CC on that. New scan in 15 seconds on that. We'll wait for that to come in. So again, if you're in Unionville in northern Missouri, this is a life-threatening situation. You need to get to your safe spot now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's for behind this storm. New warning behind this storm for a storm in Princeton. New warning there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Gracious, we've got warnings coming out left, right, center over here. Wonder if this was a newer report. 4:30. Look at all these reports. I don't know which ones I've seen and which one I haven't. There's so many reports of tornadoes happening over here. Want to stay with this storm in Union... Oh, wow. In Unionville. Gracious. Absolutely crazy. I want to see, is this paralleling the road? You could see how it kind of has a little more northern motion, so I'm really hoping that this is going to miss downtown Unionville. That is a very dangerous situation. I'm not sure what we're waiting on the confirmed warning for, y'all. This is not even a confirmed warning here. At least confirm it if you're not going to go PDS with it. That is a very, very strong to intense tornado ongoing. Heading towards Unionville. Really good area of rotation. Very strong. Likely heavily rain wrapped. And then we did have that report of a multi-vortex tornado ongoing as well. Is this inside the 10 sig tour?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Haha, nailed it. Awesome job, SPC. You nailed it. Right on the money. Oh, there's a new report. Large cone tornado on the ground from my location. It's going to be this.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This area of CC moving up towards Unionville. It's going to be a strong tornado about to head into or just barely north of Unionville in northern Missouri. Don't see...
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I see the debris going up to 15K, but after that it looks corrupted. I don't see as good of a CC drop on that newest frame. However, the area rotation is still very much present. It's still very likely that we have an intense tornado on the ground here. The biggest thing is this is starting to go over an open field. There's not a whole lot here, just a very select few homes in the path. Fingers crossed it misses those people. So there's probably not a lot of debris for this to pick up now, as opposed to earlier when it was crossing the road next to all these homes and next to all these trees and over all these trees here. So it had a lot more debris to pick up over the last 10 minutes than what it does now. So again, intense tornado ongoing, heading to Unionville or maybe just north of Unionville. We're going to go back up to this one in Iowa. It doesn't look as definitive anymore, but could still produce a tornado over Millerton. So be in your safe spot, Millerton, southern Iowa. The one in Jameson looks a lot more disorganized. It could still have a brief tornado ongoing, but it doesn't look as good anymore. I'm not too sure what chasers are seeing, but we know for sure this storm's produced at least 2 week brief tornadoes. We have no more PDS severes, I believe. We are down to just 2 considerable severes. The rest are ordinary. This is a considerable severe here in Gary, northwestern Indiana, and then a considerable severe here in Monroe City, Missouri. We also have a severe up here in Minnesota. Another severe tour possible in northern Wisconsin with a tornado warning that will be dropped here shortly in about 11 minutes. We also have another tour possible severe. Okay.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Also have another severe with our tornado warning out here in Princeton. So they just finally decided to observe our tornado warning here in Unionville after it's been on the ground for probably 10 minutes. And they did not PDS it, which is certainly a choice. But considering how it doesn't look as impressive on that last scan with the CC, a little bit more understanding on not going PDS for that. But it really should have been PDS 10 minutes ago. But honestly, with that look on velocity, gracious, I'm surprised. I am surprised that they didn't pull PDS on that. Again, even though the CC is not that present. This is our only observed warning now, which is really good. It means both of these are no longer producing tornadoes, but this one still likely producing a tornado heading towards, I think it is going to go just north of Unionville. It looks like it's going to go just north of Unionville. See if we get another report. There's been 3 spotters who've been reporting a bunch out here. We got Andrew Dale has reported a bunch. Colin Davis has reported a bunch. And yeah, we also have a newer one starting to report, Parker Hardy. So all those spotters being extremely, extremely useful with their reports. Colin and Andrew have reported multiple times. These spotters are extremely, extremely useful. Crucial to getting the word out. And based on this, I mean, I think this is still probably a classic supercell here. Embedded classic supercell. I still think we've got a intense tornado ongoing right up in here. Still think that is an intense tour ongoing. Let's go over here. Oh, PDS. That is PDS.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not sure where that one's for Powersville disextension. But there you go. PDS tornado warning now in place for Unionville. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A large and extremely dangerous tornado has been confirmed for Unionville, heading towards Unionville in northern Missouri. Run to your safe spot now. You have to be in your safe spot or underground in this very life-threatening situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Ooh, little off on the browser source up there at the top left. Let me fix that for y'all real quick. Haven't used this scene in a long time, y'all. It has been a long time since we've had a PDS warning whilst we're live. So there's your area of rotation. Moving probably to just north of Unionville. If you're in Unionville, I think this tornado is going to just stay barely off to your north. However, this is going to be a very close call. So if this thing shifts in any way to the south, it's going to head right towards downtown Unionville. So just because it looks like it's going to stay to your north right now does not mean you should come out of your safe spot. This is likely still a intense tornado ongoing. EF2 plus tornado likely ongoing here. And we're hoping it will stay north of Unionville. That way it won't go into downtown. But again, just because it looks like that doesn't mean it actually will. Just got a new tornado warning here for Melrose. This area of rotation is beginning to intensify a little bit over Millerton, heading towards Melrose in south central Iowa. So get to your safe spot there. And this is a new tornado warning here. Sporadic ground circulations and condensed below a bowl funnel 1 mile north of my location. Another tornado on the ground here reported 5 minutes ago in Jameson. Trying to figure out if that's a new warning or not right there. Is it? Let me see. Got to go back to the good old weather-wise. It is. That's a new tornado warning for McFall and Pattonsburg in northern Missouri. Get to your safe spot. None of those are confirmed on the ground, but we do have a report of a tornado in Jameson right now. So best to be in your safe spot. That could be an ongoing tornado. And then, of course, we still have our PDS tornado warning for Unionville. Still a very strong area of rotation. No notable CC drops, so Hopefully this is staying over just open fields and missing all of the homes. But again, there's your PDS tornado warning. Still likely a strong to intense tornado. And it is still going to be a pretty close call for Unionville. I think it's going to stay out of Unionville, but it is going to hit any homes that are just north of that. If we go here, that's actually a donut on reflectivity. So that's a S tier classification right there when you match it with velocities to know that this is likely an EF3 plus tornado at this point in terms of wind speeds. We kind of see where this is. Yeah, these homes are unfortunately, these homes that are likely worth hundreds of thousands to even millions of dollars right along this lake/river under a extremely high risk of being directly hit by this large and extremely dangerous tornado. And this is north of Unionville. So if you happen to be in one of those homes, that's along, what is that? Wildflower Drive. Wildflower Drive, right along this lake northwest of Unionville in north central Missouri. There's a high chance that some of those homes get hit by this intense EF3, likely EF3 plus tornado. And look at that. Still even stronger. Still getting even stronger here. I don't know if that's considerably stronger. That's about 100 right there. It's still right around the same. But on that newest scan, it really didn't move, so that could be a sign of an occlusion process. Sometimes when you're this far from radar and it's not scanning close, when the tornado occludes, it moves so little as it goes back up into the base of the supercell that it just looks like it's staying in the same area. And that's very common to see with stronger tornadoes occluding back into a supercell when you're far from radar. We'll have to see the next scan, see if that looks like it's going to, like that's the case. Did the NWS put out, or rather the Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion yet? Downstream, they did. Severe thunderstorm watch will likely be issued in western Michigan, northwestern Indiana, northeastern Illinois. Even though it's already out in northeastern Illinois. And there you go. 80% chance of a new severe watch to be issued. Greatest threat for up to 80 mile an hour winds, brief tornado or two, and 1-inch hail in that blue area, and especially in that black hatched area as this line moves onshore. Part of it will just stay over land in northern Indiana, but part of it is going over the lake right now and will make landfall, per se, in southwestern Michigan. Waiting for that next scan here. That's a pretty good sign right there. That looks a bit weaker. Not considerably weaker, but a little bit weaker. We're hoping that that's an occlusion process. You see that little push northward some of those velocities takes? Hoping that that is an occlusion process and this tornado is beginning to lift. But you can see that's still a really good area of rotation. It's likely still on the ground, just maybe weakening and hopefully lifting. We can be hopeful. And still be in your safe spot because this is likely still a strong to intense tornado on the ground. And unfortunately, it's probably right over this lake or very close to these homes. So we'll keep watching it. Still down. Still a strong tour. Yeah, so we still have a intense tornado ongoing. Heading right into these homes. Is that the newest scan? Yep. It went right over those homes. Those homes are definitely going to need to be checked on for sure. It's right over a kind of a Lakeview suburb neighborhood. Just barely northwest of Unionville in north central Missouri. Seems like this messier mode wasn't enough to inhibit today's main tornado threat. Most days it's enough, but today Mother Nature decided to have other plans, and it was not enough. Something in part to that could be the 250 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. This supercell is in the most favorable environment in northern Missouri right now. So it's literally in the perfect environment in northern Missouri. The best violent tornado parameter is slightly off to the south, but really it's in, you can see here's the STP. It's right in that 3. There's your PDS supercell. It's right in that 3. We could go to the better supercell composite, and you can see that's where your violent tornado parameter is highest, but in terms of where storms are active, it's in the best environment. Wow. Yeah. Looks like that's probably either it just simply stalled or it was a failed occlusion process. Because it looks like it's re-intensifying, and because of that, they are continuing the observed PDS tornado warning. There's a blip in St. Louis. Oh, I see this one west of St. Louis. Between St. Louis and Jefferson City. Yeah, right there. That's the one that instantly caught my eye, so could be rotating a tiny bit. But look at this. Aren't you happy? That tornado watch. It's county or 2 to your northwest. You didn't get into it. Your mod dome is still holding very strong. And I think that's also going to hold tomorrow, too. It's hard to say if it's doing a meso handoff. All I know is that the reflectivity for this supercell is still very much favorable for a intense tornado to continue, especially with that rain wrap donut look there. Another report here. Cone tornado ongoing. So this tornado has been ongoing for a while. It was reported in, I don't know if this is a second one or a different one from the same storm, but we have had a tornado ongoing unconfirmed for a while here. We first had a report of it almost 20 minutes ago, and we just got a new report here about 3 minutes ago of it still ongoing. Chaser says about 4.5 miles to their north, and if we just roughly round that up to 5 since we just got a new radar scan, that's going to put it right in that vicinity. And you can see, boom, there's your area of rotation. So right there, we still likely have a tornado ongoing. Somewhere in that vicinity, we don't know, I can't tell exactly where the hook is, but it's going to be somewhere in that vicinity. Northwest of Jamesport, northeast of Jameson. in north central Missouri. So get to your safe spot there. That could also be a large, dangerous tornado as well. Oh my goodness. Easily the strongest tornado we have seen in a very long time ongoing here northeast of Unionville in north central Missouri. You still got to be in your safe spot if you're in Unionville. You're almost in the clear, but still stay in your safe spot a little bit longer. Next in line here, there's no very notable population areas next in line, but it's roughly heading towards Lancaster, roughly heading that way. And there's a new tornado report. Multiple vortex on the ground still. Multi-vortex on the ground still. 2 minutes go. So still confirmation of a large, strong tornado ongoing northeast of Unionville. We're going to go back to GR2. And it's right, looks like it's getting right over some of these homes in here. And then these kind of look like storage units. It looks like that's where it's going to go next. But the area I'm very concerned about was about 10, 15 minutes ago when it borderline stalled over these Lakeview houses. That's the area I'm concerned about for significant damage. You can see the velocity went very close proximity to those. Hopefully just to the south. It was in very close proximity to those homes. Chicken farms? Are they really? A new observed warning. I think that's got to be the one here in probably Jamesport. We'll wait to see where that is. Let's go back here. It is. It's the one in Jamesport. Heading towards Trenton and going into Tyndale. So new observed warning there. If you're in Trenton, north central Missouri, get to your safe spot now. Confirmed tornado there. Another report. Cone tornado formed and then it moved out of view. That was 2 minutes ago. So still an observed tornado. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado still ongoing northeast of Unionville. What's up with it in town names this year that start with Union for tornadoes? I swear we've had like 4 intense plus strong to intense some tornadoes near a Union something. Union City, Unionville. I feel like we've had a few of them around Union something in different states. It's like the great year, like the year of Union tornadoes. The great tornado of unions. Union Center, Union City, Union Village. I mean, we've had at least 3 strong plus tornadoes in vicinity of a town or city that started with Union. The tornadoes have unionized. Okay, buddy. So this purple means a tornado watch, but this thicker, more highlighted purple is a PDS tornado warning, which means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is ongoing. So this larger purple area, again, is a tornado watch, which means the environment is favorable for the development of tornadoes. And this darker shaded, more bold, fatter purple is a PDS tornado warning, again, meaning a large and extremely dangerous, strong tornado has been observed. And in this case, it's just northeast of Unionville in north central Missouri. Really good props, though, on the SPC. Absolutely nailing the 10 sig tour today. S tier forecast for that. Although I do think we could have had a moderate for wind over here. a 45 sig 2. Probably more of like this. Around that vicinity. At least they nailed the tour portion of this event. New severe watch just came out right in front of you. You saw it come in right there. High risk for damaging winds greater than 60 miles per hour. That goes till 11 o'clock tonight. Brief tornado. Multiple instances of 60 to 80 mile an hour winds likely, with gusts upwards of 90 possible, and in some very small hail upwards of 1.5-inch hail possible. Still a good area of rotation present. Still likely a strong tornado ongoing northeast of Unionville in Missouri. So that's all it took. Earlier today, when I started the stream, I mentioned all it would take is one supercell in an environment like today, and we could see an intense tornado threat. And tomorrow is going to be the same case, but on a larger scale. Tomorrow, all it takes is one supercell, and we could see a long-tracked violent tornado. Tomorrow's environment will be even more favorable for tornado potential. New PDS tornado warning. It's for the northern side here. They've issued a tiny PDS warning on the northern side. You can see that. There you go. Tiny PDS tornado warning in southern Iowa now. Just in case this storm does shift a little bit further to the north, and instead of tracking east-northeast, it goes due northeast and heads right into that area. So just in case they've issued that polygon there. It looks like it's shifting more east, because at first, who would have guessed it, it was a prefrontal in front of all this crap vection, and now it's started to merge with the crap vection, which is helping to shift it more east. So I think its tornado potential is starting to run low, but it will probably be able to at least attempt to recycle later down in the line. Later down the line. Also, a storm I would like to keep an eye on for tornado potential is this one here. It's in a pretty decent environment, but it hasn't really maintained itself. So keep an eye on that just in case something funny wants to try to happen here in like 20 minutes out of that. But our peak environment and our peak threat for tornadoes will conclude in about an hour and a half or so. About 7:15, right around there, is when our peak environment is done. So this thing could still produce another strong tornado if it's not actively still producing one within that time frame, as long as it doesn't get too sloppy. And we are starting to see an uptick in severe thunderstorms with our other event, where we could see a few brief tornadoes. Wouldn't even rule out a strong one up here in western Wisconsin. I don't think we'll get a strong one up here, but I just wouldn't rule it out. And then this same area, and also maybe a little bit further north, will have that same potential as we go closer to 9:30 or so Eastern. Now, this is currently out in not a very populated area, as it's exited Unionville. Unionville, you are safe to come out of your safe spot. If you haven't already, you're good to come out of your safe spot. I would still recommend taking precaution and being careful, because there's still some lightning and some very heavy rain around the area, so be careful. You're still in a severe thunderstorm warning, so I would recommend staying away from doors and windows and not going outside. And there it is. Hold on a second. There we go. So I just had to quickly text Lucky. This dude. So, yeah. Again, still PDS tornado warning in effect. It's hard to say if this is ongoing right now. It's very difficult. But just be in your safe spot. It's still PDS. Almost got struck by lightning in NC. Now? If it was now, you must be like west of Charlotte. Only good storm in North Carolina is really nowhere. I only see lightning west of Charlotte. So yeah, we'll keep watching this observed tornado warning as well as it heads into Trenton. We'll monitor that very closely. These storms are really in a radar hole. Look at that signature. Look at that signature. Really hard to tell what's happening there. I'm sure there's still chasers. Let's see. See our chaser loop, y'all. This dude had the right idea. Who's that? That dude had the right idea. Looks like he started around the Unionville area, went a tiny bit north, and then he went south with everybody else. That dude had the right idea, right target area. But watch all the dots flock. You'll see a lot of dots flock towards this area because that's where we've had multiple tornadoes, and also up in Unionville. There you go. A bunch of them already flocked in this area by 4 o'clock Eastern. And you can see they've very much flocked to 2 different areas. Right in here and right in here. That's where most of your chasers have flocked to. Let's see up here in the Chicago area. Gracious day, look at them all. Looks like a lot of these are not necessarily chasers, but just people who have spotter network and are letting storms hit them. Really just a population hotspot biased here. Not necessarily storm chasers. Look at the horde of chasers that realize that Minnesota's going to do nothing, and so they just book it down south to southern Iowa on the interstate. Look at this. They're like, yep, Minnesota's going to do nothing. Might as well drop south. Got a text message from somewhere. Ooh, copyrighted. Oh, okay. Still PDS tornado warnings in effect here in southern Iowa, northern Missouri. Continue to watch that. Make sure you stay in your safe spot. Apparently still a strong observed tornado with that. Hard to say if it's still on the ground. from a radar standpoint, but they're continuing that PDS warning. Curious what we have the HRRR saying here, 20Z HRRR. This is what the HRRR has for right now, and man, it's not that far off. It is not that far off. It had an updraft track. I'd say it nailed it right there. Shockingly, the HRRR has initiated not that bad for our storm in Unionville. And it just has it getting merged with all this slop fest in the next hour. Maybe some tornado threats still posed with it. But really the main tornado potential with it is probably... I still would say it's got another chance to produce a tornado. But that opportunity is definitely going to be going down with time. And then we just get into a slop fest big line with a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong possible, some isolated small to large hail embedded as well. But biggest threat will be damaging winds after about 7 o'clock. So I think our main tornado potential will be concluded here in about an hour or so. As long as these storms do form more into a line. But right now, you know, you really just have two primary discrete storms. It's really not as clustered and as messy as what has been modeled. It's really not. We don't have nearly as much convection further to the west. We do up here to the north, so that's what's going to help turn our PDS tornado warning sloppy. But yeah, it's still PDS. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop this down to just a normal observed warning or maybe even radar indicated. They just dropped the one in Trenton down to radar indicated. Let's see. Do wind. Yeah, the HREF outlook has a 45% wind risk in northeastern Illinois tomorrow, as well as a large 15% tour. Speaking of tomorrow, I'm going to have fun with my 100-degree temperatures here in Southern Virginia. Yay. They've dropped the tornado warning behind this one for Unionville, so now the only warning is our big old area of side lobe here. We've gotten very far from our radar site. We are now using the Des Moines radar site, which is why we have more side lobe, because we're scanning through the hail core of this PDS tornado warning. Getting hit by the Chicago storms currently. I mean, that was definitely the main event for Chicago today. There is the chance for a secondary line late tonight towards 11 p.m., but I don't think that will be anything too bad. And then, of course, you have all of tomorrow. That will likely be a big-time event. Very dependent on morning convection, though. Trying to compare models right now. Let's see here, 15Z. Yeah, the 20Z is a little bit faster. The newest HRRR is a little bit faster with morning convection tomorrow, but it's also a little bit more widespread. So that's going to be the big thing for tomorrow, is just watching where that morning convection sets up. Still very notable area of rotation here, but no good CC anymore, so really the only way to know if this is ongoing is if a spotter reports it or says otherwise if it's not ongoing. Easily could still get a brief tornado out of the storm in Jameson and the storm in Trenton. And then our main strong tor threat still that PDS tornado warning. But I think our main event, like I said, is settling down. The one that has the highest tor potential, obviously, being the PDS tornado warning. But again, give it another full hour. I still think this has a chance to produce another strong tornado. Yeah, Weather Warrior, if you're looking for storms tonight and you don't want to wait till tomorrow, your best bet is to, right now you're in the dead center of it, which is not good, because the worst of it is to your east, west, or far northwest. So, like, if you're in Chicago trying to travel for tomorrow's event, you're going to either have to go very far west, very far northwest, or very far east. So it's probably best to just go to wherever you got to go to stay the night for tomorrow's event. I wouldn't bother chasing anything today. The last thing you want to do is chase a bunch today and miss out on tomorrow. Still at 2 PDS warnings. I'm really surprised they're holding them strong here. I haven't seen any definitive signatures on radar about this thing producing a tornado anymore, and it's gotten a lot more messy with that cluster to the west, so I wouldn't... It doesn't look as notable as what it did when the PDS tornado warning was first issued, and also 10 minutes before that. Not as confident in that being a big tornado maker at this very moment. And we'll get a new meso analysis here in about about 20 minutes. So that will give us a bit of extra information. And we're getting a new HRRR. Which the new HRRR is still... The biggest difference between the HRRR right now is the fact that we don't have a big storm right here. That's what the HRRR keeps initiating. And that creates more of a clustered mode. So since we don't have that, I feel like our tor threat might hang on and survive a little bit longer. Is that a new report? 530, 531. That's not new. Yeah, chasers are still trying to stay out in front of this. That is one of the hardest things to do that you don't think about when you're not chasing. When you're not chasing, you haven't chased a lot, you don't think about really staying in front of the storm, and it's very difficult to do. Thankfully, with this storm, it's not moving particularly fast, 30 miles per hour. Most back roads are going to be able to go about 30 to 40 miles per hour on. So you should be good. But here in the mid-Atlantic, our storms like to move at 60 to 80 miles per hour. And those things, if you ain't on an interstate, you ain't keeping up. And that's why I mean, like, you always fall behind. Most of the time, we're like, you know what? This thing ain't worth going 80 miles an hour on our interstates to keep up with. So that's probably why we haven't seen many reports here, is because chasers are trying to get out in front of these storms to be able to report when they recycle. If they do. We'll have to see if this merges into one big supercell or if it merges into a big cluster like this. This stuff isn't discrete anymore. It's turned into one big slop fest cluster. And remember earlier we had multiple, like 3-some tornado warnings on that and multiple tornadoes reported on that. And you could see it was one big supercell, and then it turned into one big clustery slop fest. And then down here in northwestern Missouri, these are still discrete, but there are 3 different supercells embedded in them, so they've been fighting over the same environment. That's why none of them have produced notable, strong, long-track tornadoes like our PDS tornado warning up here, which is still being continued. Still being continued here. Hold on, is this this is a radar indicated PDS warning. So what that means is if a tornado touches down, it's probable to be strong. It's radar indicated, but it's not confirmed. Whereas this one is still confirmed. So this one says there is a tornado ongoing doing damage and it is strong. This one says there could be a tornado, and if it touches down, it's likely to be strong. Basically the meaning of those 2 separate warnings, one being confirmed, one being radar indicated. So this one is, once again, if a tornado's ongoing, it's likely strong. And if there's not a tornado, could touch down. And if it does, it will likely be strong. Not a lot of population. Again, less than 200 people in that PDS warning. Not a lot of people in that. Still going to keep an eye on both of these areas of rotation and areas of interest for rotation. Those 2 still little hooks there, embedded supercells. This one, you can't really make out a good hook echo. You can see your blob of what was a hook echo there, but can't really make out a definitive hook with that. We are starting to get more severes here in Michigan, as our line that was producing 90-mile-an-hour winds about 3 hours ago is now pushing into the state of Michigan. We've got a line of severe thunderstorm warnings all lined up here. Thankfully, all of them are for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You can see this northern one, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, 0.75-inch hail. This one is the same. This one is the same. And this one, a little bit larger hail, but same wind threat. One of these will likely eventually be upgraded to a significant 70-mile-an-hour severe or extended as a 70-mile-an-hour severe at some point. But the threat for wind gusts exceeding 75 miles per hour is significantly lower with this line now that it is weakened and is pushing further to the east. Look at your MRMS, you can see this all started way down here in southern Iowa at 10 a.m. this morning, and then started to organize rapidly as we approached 1 p.m., and then really, really organized as we approached 2 p.m. Eastern, and then 2:30 we were seeing the very significant wind gusts ongoing, and we were, I believe we were live at 2:30. Was it 2 or 2:30? Somewhere right around there. We were live at 2. We went live at 2, which is just before we started seeing the 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this thing. And you can see it's a lot larger now, but it's also a lot weaker. A lot weaker, but a lot larger. That observed PDS warning, 26 more minutes on that. But you can see we haven't gotten any reports up here for that PDS warning because road networks aren't as good and chasers are trying to get in front of the storm to try to see if it's going to recycle or not. Or those same chasers that reported it before are ditching it for storms to the south or somewhere else. Here's the new HRRR though. I want to show you this. We're hoping that storms will get more clustered, but we're still expecting them to continue with a good tornado threat, especially these leading supercells right in here across southeast Iowa and northeastern Missouri. That's where our main tornado threat will be focused for the next 2 hours. And then as we head towards 8, 9 o'clock, we're expecting this to all congeal up into a line. We still could see a strong tornado or two and a few weak, brief tornadoes along that line. But the primary threat will be embedded hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. And the biggest problem will be those damaging wind gusts upwards of 75, 80 miles per hour here across Illinois and northern Missouri. So wind gusts will be the biggest problem, followed by hail, followed by tornadoes. New observed PDS tornado warning here. Weather spotters have confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Moulton, or 9 miles northwest of Lancaster, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. So there you go. They still think that this is a large and strong tornado ongoing here. It wouldn't surprise me if it is. It would not. It's kind of 50-50. It's just we haven't, at least I haven't seen any reports, but the NWS said that they did receive a report from a chaser of a confirmed tornado. So there's your radar, simulated radar for 9 o'clock Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. And that continues to push eastward, and then most of this will be done by 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern. I think most of our threat will be over, just some isolated severes left. So the peak tornado threat will be for the next 50 minutes. That will be our highest tornado threat. And then we'll see our peak wind threat and an embedded tornado threat from roughly 7 p.m. Eastern all the way till roughly 11 p.m. Eastern. And then things will die out. But we still could have some embedded wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour till 2 a.m. But the worst wind gust threat will likely be over about 11 p.m. midnight Eastern time. Just a train of tornado warnings over here for these two supercells. One in Trenton, one back here in Jamesport yet again. They don't look half bad on radar. It's just the fact that we can't see them too well because we're looking far away from our radar. But both of these are very much capable of producing a brief tornado or two, maybe even a strong tornado. And then this supercell now heading towards Bloomfield. We were thinking Lancaster, but this has turned more to the northeast and is heading more towards Bloomfield. So instead of Lancaster, Missouri, looks like this tornado is heading more towards Bloomfield and Pulaski in southern Iowa. Trying to see if we have any reports here, because that new PDS warning is for over 5,000 people, so it's a pretty dense populated warning on that. I'm not seeing any chaser reports here. I don't see it on any of my softwares, don't see it on any of social media platforms, but I could just simply be missing it. So just being your safe spot there, going towards Bloomfield and Pulaski. Strong tornado is either ongoing or could be ongoing at any moment. I want to go take a look back up in Minnesota. Don't know why I've been forgetting this state's name all of a sudden. Little area to watch for some small rotation with that storm, even though that does look like some side lobe or clear air rather. Still has a hook to it, and I know this environment is at least a little bit capable of producing a brief tornado. How about these storms here? Not doing too hot. These are the storms that the SPC increased the hail probability for, and just as expected, They are nowhere near producing 3-inch hail. And we could have another line in this vicinity here in about 2 hours with these storms that are developing, pushing into that area that could produce similar hazards. Let's see here. What about that storm going towards Winona? Keep an eye on this just because it's not in a bad environment. If it gets a little bit less clustered, we could get a tornado out of that heading towards Winona here in the next 30 minutes or so. Caleb, did they cancel your watch? We got the watch hole of Caleb over here. Look at this. Instead of a radar hole or a storm hole, we got a watch hole. There ain't no watching effect right over Caleb. That's what you call a mod dome right there. But it does seem like, did you get anything good? Because I know downtown area of your vicinity, I mean, quite a few reports around here. So I'm guessing you got something around that vicinity. Don't dox me. I won't go looking in depth to see which one's yours. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go look over here. I bet I know exactly which one's yours. It's this one right here. You can't see it. But I bet I know exactly which one is yours. Actually, did you put your name on the report? I'll tell you guys this. Caleb is one of these reports in here. I'm not going to go show it on stream. You did? Okay. That was the one I was thinking of. And then I found out it was the name too, so. And good thing I didn't go clicking all the reports. Let me see. Yeah, that rotation looking a bit better, but it's still side lobe, so it's like it's hard to say exactly what this thing's doing. Hard to say. What are we at for warnings here? We're at apparently 7 tornado warnings. Well, we do lose 3. We lose 3 in less than 60 seconds. So we're actually technically, in about 60 seconds, we'll be down to 4. Which will be these 2 PDS warnings here. And then these 2 tornado warnings here. Wow. Keep an eye on CC. We might start seeing some CC pop back up here. Could have a tornado back on the ground, potentially intense, heading towards Bloomfield in southern Iowa. But this is so far from radar. It's hard to say exactly what's happening here, you know? I generally could say that there's an area of rotation we're watching, but it's just hard to tell exactly what's happening. And if we see CC, that's a lot of C's. If we see CC on this CC product, then it's going to already be an intense EF3 plus tornado, since it will already have that rotation of over 100 miles per hour and already be lofting debris. We're looking about 9 to 9,500 feet up here on the lowest beam that we have available. So we're down to 4 tornado warnings. We're still at these 2 PDS warnings you see on screen here for that likely strong tornado, either ongoing or about to be ongoing. And then for your 2 supercells back here in north central Missouri, watching both of those to the best of our ability in this radar hole. The good news is, with the peak of our tornado threat tomorrow, will likely be pretty good. We might get a little far from radar, but with the Davenport and the Milwaukee radar site, we should be pretty good on coverage and where I expect our greatest tornado threat to exist tomorrow. Unlike today, where our greatest tornado threat is smack dab dead center of 4 different radar sites. Oh, you got a chaser? Is it on the ground? Because it's hard to tell from radar. I don't see any good CC, so... I've just been following the warnings, which says that it is on the ground. And the radar does look better now. HREF has a 15% tomorrow because tomorrow should be a 15% tornado risk. There's a specific SPC forecaster who's known for downplaying events. And in this case, I have no idea what the heck he did to the outlook. I think it will change. I think the outlook will change quite significantly tomorrow. Again, if you want to see my outlook, you can go to the Discord server, 3rd link in the description. Go to the hypothetical and self-made outlooks tab, which is 3 under the general text tabs. And I put my outlook out last night. Although I would definitely make some small adjustments to that. Mainly in the form of expanding the Tor risk west, much of the risk west, and disexpanding much of the southern risk. No, he only did day 2. He only did day 2. Day 1 was more. Which, only a few things I disagreed with that forecast. I think the 30 sig hail, 30 sig 1 hail shouldn't have gone up into Minnesota and western Wisconsin like he extended it to. And I think we should have had a 45 sig 1 or sig 2 wind risk in eastern Wisconsin and northeastern Illinois at the time of that outlook being issued. So, Robert, what you have to do is you have to have a Discord account or make a Discord account. Go to the description of this live stream. It's the 3rd link. Or you can click on that link that Caleb just put in chat with Nightbot. Go to the hypothetical tab, which is 3 tabs under the general text tab. And then my outlook is there. Sounds complicated, but once you join the Discord server, it's very easy. And I have it all organized. I probably couldn't reorganize it all if the Discord server for some reason disappeared, because I'm not used to it. Oh, here's a report. Confirmed tornado via broadcast media 8 minutes ago. So that's why they've continued with the PDS tornado warning. Apparently this was on the ground 8 minutes ago. And with rotation looking like that aloft, yeah, put 2 and 2 together. Report of a tornado, Violent area of look and rotation 9,000 feet up. By the time that area of rotation gets to the surface, it's probably still going to be at least strong. So definitely agree with the continuation of the PDS warning. Although it's a little skeptical, it's not a bad warning at all. Still watching this area of rotation west of Trenton. And still watching whatever this is over just west of Humphreys in north central Missouri. Look in Unionville. What, light rain? Unionville's pretty much clear now. And we're still watching, again, our PDS tornado warning. Could be a strong tornado ongoing there. Let's see. Live in Clinton, should I be concerned? Depends on where. Clinton, South Carolina, Clinton, North Carolina. Let me see another Clinton here. Clinton, New York, Clinton, Michigan, Clinton, Oklahoma, Clinton, Iowa, Clinton, Mississippi, Clinton, North Carolina, Clinton, South Carolina. There's a lot of Clintons in the U.S. Iowa? Nah. I think the worst will stay to your south. However, I would be watching tomorrow like a hawk. I think you might be able to get some heavy rain and isolated lightning and gusty 50-mile-an-hour winds tonight towards 7 o'clock here in about an hour and a half. But that could just stay off to your south. So I'd be watching this stuff to see how that evolves as it heads your way. That northern storm would be the storm to go for you. And tomorrow is the day I'd be watching the most. I think you could be upgraded to a moderate risk. 4 out of 5 for tomorrow's threat. So I'd be watching tomorrow like an absolute hawk in that area. And just like that, your rotation falls apart. And that's because it's partially side-lobed. So you're going to see it fall apart and then re-intensify randomly. But it was a bit closer to the radar, like back in here. So it was a little bit stronger. So maybe it was a bit more accurate. But it's really been side-lobed much of this duration here. So it's hard to pinpoint what's happening with it. Where do I think the moderate would be for tomorrow? Well, I already have an outlook out in the Discord server, like I said. But to draw it here, I would say right in this area here. This is where I would definitely put a moderate. However, I would consider an even bigger moderate in this area. So I would say for sure at least in this area, minimum a moderate right there. But if we were doing a good-sized moderate and including the moderate for wind potential, I would say all the way from north of Milwaukee to Davenport to just north of Caleb, into Chicago, into Grand Rapids, and then back up. But like I said, at least a moderate in this area. And you could see if you look at the SPC's tornado risk, some of the area where I think should be upgraded to a moderate is not even in a enhanced for tornadoes. Let me go see this real quick. They just extended the tornado warning in Trenton. It's now smaller. There you go. This extended that warning. And still, both of these could easily produce or already be producing brief tornadoes at any moment. Let's see if we got the RFSA in 18Z. We do. I haven't looked at this, so let's see what it shows together. Right off the bat, it shows generally what the HRRR is thinking with an MCS tomorrow morning, although it looks like this might be a tiny bit more north. And it shows crazy development right along that warm front right in here. And then a main line forming behind that. That's wild. My outlook, I opted for 60 sig 1 for my outlook in the Discord server. But I do think a 45 sig 2 could happen. And I think a 60 sig 2 is possible as well. The reason why I didn't go with sig 2 is because it doesn't look like from the HRRR that storms could be as crazy with the wind gusts. So I didn't opt for sig 2, which would be wind gusts greater than 84 miles per hour. And I didn't opt for that. I opted for wind gusts greater than 74 miles per hour being possible. Right around there. Thinking roughly widespread 60 to 80 mile an hour winds likely, and gusts could approach upwards of 90, but it wasn't enough for me to put sig 2. I can't show it because the site I used does not allow me to share it on commercial channels, which is what this is. But there you go. This absolutely would warrant a high risk, actually. And if you read my outlook, I snuck it in there. Towards the end of the outlook, I said a high risk was and will be considered. So if something like this does look more notable, I'll have an update in the Discord server where I'll probably jump to high. But with a scenario like the HRRR, which shows, again, those weaker cells, not as well formed of a line, that's why I didn't do sig 2. And I'm glad I didn't, because I do think that could be a scenario where we don't see as much of a line and more of a cluster. But I'll find that out tomorrow when I wake up, and I'll do a full forecast. I'll at least do an outlook. I don't know if I'll do a full discussion on it tomorrow morning, because the discussion took 45 minutes to write up. The outlook took like 30 minutes to make. Outlook was quicker than the actual discussion. Yeah, I use one site to make my outlook. I wanted to check the tornado parameter. Gracious. And that's so far north, too. Let's go to the RFSA 18Z. And that's far south. See the uncertainty? See the uncertainty? Hold your horses. I'll send it in the Discord. Or no, I'll send it in the chat in a second. I was going to do the Discord, but I'll do it in the chat. Since I know some of y'all aren't in the Discord. I want to pull this out to Friday. Looks like we're taking a trip to Lynchburg on Friday. Shoot. I like the look of that. Does it go out to Saturday? Oh, crap. Yo, that's a derecho. Anybody want a moderate on Saturday, too? A debate a high risk? Another one? I don't think it will be that crazy, but golly. This won't happen because of Lucy's mod. And Lucy will hold the fort for St. Louis. Trust. Let me go ahead and get you guys that site. It's a little bit glitchy and a little bit hard to use because it's not perfect, but it's the site I use. It's very easy to make the graphics, but it's a little difficult to consistently update them, and you'll find it has its problems. But it's the best way that I have found it without having to use Photoshop and a bunch of other stuff that is just too confusing for me. But it is going to take some getting used to if it's your first time using it for sure. You'll probably think it's garbage at first and then realize it's really good. And it definitely has some bugs too, so it might be frustrating. But again, it's the best one that I've found. It has a lot of problems, but it's the best I've found. The person's going to look at their website tomorrow morning and wonder why an extra like 10 users just hopped on at 6:30 p.m. for no reason. And there you go. Severe thunderstorm warning for Davenport, Iowa. It doesn't include Robert there around the Clinton, Iowa area, but it is very close there. You guys are welcome to make your own outlooks and put them in the same tab as me in the Discord server. You can't really share it on the YouTube chat, but if you're in the Discord, you can. It's perfect. It's 100% free. You don't have to pay money to get in the Discord. You don't have to boost it with Nitro. It's 100% free to make the Outlook and join the Discord server. Post it in there. Yeah, you can make discussions too in it. A friendly reminder, we still have a PDS tornado warning in effect for Bloomfield, Iowa, despite us talking about other stuff. It's just hard to see. It's in a radar hole. And to be honest with you, I unless there's reports coming in, I don't understand why we have a PDS warning anymore for this. Because it's turned more clustered. It's attached to the cluster to the north. We're starting to see more convection in the middle, so I think we're turning into more of our slop fest that we were expecting. Just made a high risk over Nashville. Hey, I put a 90% SIG 3 over my house for wind. Make a 90% SIG 3 for tomorrow. See if it verifies. Shoot, you never know, man. If something like the RFSA is correct, I wouldn't rule out a verification of like a 75% wind risk. I know that's a lot, but I wouldn't if something like the RFSA comes to fruition. You can see here. Look at that. That's for Saturday, by the way. That's for Saturday. That would be moderate to high risk for wind on Saturday, which I don't think that's going to happen either. That's going to change a lot. But let's go to tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, look at this line. Literally, like, this would verify a high risk. Maybe SIG 3. Maybe even a high risk SIG 3. 60 or 75%. If that did occur. But then you have other models like the HRRR, which completely screw up the entire event and doesn't show nearly as high end of damaging wind potential. See, now seeing that makes me consider going SIG 2 when I update it tomorrow morning. Seeing the fact that, look at this. This line looks like garbage here. It looks like garbage. But actually the wind gusts are upwards of 80. I might consider going high for wind. I think the SPC should already have a moderate. I don't know why they don't. I have no idea why we don't have a moderate for wind and a moderate for Tor. I had no clue. Everything dropped to radar indicated nowhere PDS warning. So we're going to go back to our alerts here. You're going to start hearing your beeps every 5 milliseconds again. Beep. Apparently we only have one severe. That's wrong. And they downgraded the wind too. Yes, you're right. I don't understand that. I understand the bust potential for tomorrow, but just looking at everything, I don't see a way how you don't go moderate. Now, maybe tomorrow, at the end of the day, maybe this time tomorrow, we're talking about, oh my word, this was the biggest bust so far of 2026. But from where we stand at right now, not knowing how tomorrow will verify, tomorrow warrants a moderate easy. Can they? Yeah. Will they? Probably not. But I imagine they're probably going to go moderate. Maybe we'll make up to a moderate, but hopefully they will have a moderate at some point tomorrow because I think it will verify as such. And then maybe at 4 o'clock tomorrow, we can properly discuss the potential for a high risk for wind. We'll have to just wait and see. It's all you could do. But I could tell you, I'm going to be instantly hopping on my computer in the morning and looking at the weather. Let me look here. The HRRR 21Z, the wind gusts with that line don't get too absurd. Locally, upwards of 75 mile-an-hour wind gusts. But they really don't get too crazy with that MCS. And the hail doesn't get over 2 inches. Z will either be a complete disregard or will be crazy and Twitter's going to go crazy. I'm not emailing the SPC. The SPC sees exactly what I see. I would do no good by bothering the Storm Prediction Center. I don't do that. And I highly recommend you do not either. Because they have the same, they're looking at the same stuff we are, if probably more. The SPC, I imagine, has some tools that we don't have access to for weather. So there's no point. They know exactly what you know, and probably most likely a lot more. Yeah, they were considering a day 3 moderate on Tuesday. Yesterday verified, I believe, as a moderate. Right? If this loads. Yes. Yesterday verified very well as a moderate risk for severe weather in this area. It verified as a moderate for wind, but not up in North Dakota. For tours, though, I think they were, actually. I think you're right about that. I think they were. And then today, you could see today is verified as a moderate. It's verified as a moderate, which I knew it would. I knew it would. I was almost 100% confident that this would verify as a moderate once I woke up this morning. Now, last night, I was completely against a moderate, but like I said last night, we won't know the full extent of any of these days until we get to that day 1 outlook. And that definitely stood the case for today. I think today overperformed vastly from what many were thinking in northern Missouri. And I think the wind threat overperformed vastly from what many people were thinking yesterday for Wisconsin and Illinois. And I think the tornado threat underperformed vastly in Minnesota and Wisconsin from what people were thinking 3 days ago in that area. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't go moderate on on many of these days, honestly. This was our moderate risk for severe weather. The reason they didn't go moderate here was for storm mode concern, but they did an update whilst there was a clear MCS developing, so they should have went moderate there. Even though it would have been last second, it still would have been verification. Yesterday, they did an update when our MCS was going crazy in South Dakota. And this would have been the only day where I would have been like, yeah, maybe don't pull the moderate just because the models are kind of all over the place, even on day one, and the observations are kind of finicky, and it's hard to say what storms are going to strengthen and weaken. And that was yesterday, but still would have verified as a moderate. And then today, like I said, once I woke up, I was pretty surprised we didn't have a moderate with the surface observations paired with what we were seeing in eastern Iowa around 1 p.m. So I think all of these days would have verified as moderate. I think all of these days, I think the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, that's 4 days where I think a moderate would have verified, and they only pulled a moderate on the very first one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then we'll see about tomorrow. I bet tomorrow's probably going to verify as a moderate for wind. We'll have to see about a moderate for Tor. Where's that at? It's one of these, probably. Yep, there you go. For Browning, new tornado warning there. They're just still underdoing the wind risks, Weather Warrior. They typically do. They really do. That's why, I mean, I don't understand, because that is one of the biggest reasons, if not debatably the biggest reason, paired with the SIG 2 for Tor. And SIG 1 for Tor. One of the biggest reasons why they changed the categorical outlook scale in probability-wise this year. And that's why they added... Okay, I'm going to have to do this. That's why they added these additional wind probabilities here. Wherever you guys are. Where are you? There you are. 90%, 75%, 60%, 40... 45 and 60 were already there, but that's why they added the 90 and the 75 percentile.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Because wind often verifies a lot more than you would originally think, and it verifies a lot more often than tornado and hail outlooks do. So I'm not sure why they've been so lenient on the 45 and the 60%, especially the 45% this year. I think we've had three 45% wind risks, if I'm not mistaken. SIG 2, 45% wind risks. I think we've had 3. And I think we've had 5 or 6 overall 45% wind risks, but we should have had probably 10 or 11 by now, to be honest with you. And then I think a 60% probably would have verified yesterday, to be honest with you, but I think a 60% may have been a little bit overboard for yesterday's event. Or not yesterday, the day before yesterday, right? Yesterday was the South Dakota, North Dakota stuff. I'm talking about the Kansas stuff. There's a site out there for perfect wind probability. And like most of the risks that go crazy for wind verify as a 75 or a 90%. And a big thing that you can take into account is population. So, like, if there's the risk for a derecho to go across eastern Iowa to northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, low-key, kind of like tomorrow, well, you're going to have cities like Davenport, Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison, and if it goes to Michigan, Grand Rapids, that are going to be hotspots for reports. And look at all these new severes. We have so many severe thunderstorm warnings. Thankfully, they're all for 60, none for 70 at the moment. I wouldn't rule out a wind gust upwards of 70, though, going into Grand Rapids with this line. But definitely good call by the SPC to issue a large severe thunderstorm watch and not as small as what I was thinking, which was just down here. So very good call by them to go more north with those counties. Continuation of our tornado warning into Milton and Farmington in southeastern Iowa. I think our main tornado potential is over. But we still could see a few weak spin-ups and maybe one or two strong tornadoes. I will say this, the 21ZH-RRR has uptrended for tomorrow. It's already uptrended. So, I have a pretty good feeling the 00Z is probably going to go haywire. And people are going to start screaming high risk on Twitter. There is nothing wrong with talking about, in my opinion, categorical risk upgrades as long as you have a reason for it. If I just go on Twitter with no context and say, yep, high risk tomorrow, pointless. What did I add to the conversation? But if I go over the RFSA, the HRRR, the NSSL, HT, and RT, and I include other products like maybe NATO cast and 500 millibar trough and all these other things, and give you a reason why I think it will go high risk, then I've added stuff. I've added more to your thoughts on tomorrow by explaining why. I'm not just saying it, I'm explaining it. And most of the people on Twitter just say it.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Most just say it and don't explain it. No, I didn't. Legacy, I'm assuming you're referring to Discord. Ooh. Oh, that's awesome right there. Love it, Legacy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Nice shot. Yeah, you're good. I just assumed you meant Discord. Good lightning bolt. What special weather statement to my southwest? Well, sorry guys, gotta go chase. Bye. Nah. Although I do think I'm pretty confident I'll be chasing Friday. If not, I'll definitely do coverage. I'm not going to have a day off Friday. Normally, I have a day off and just leave y'all hanging in the East Coast, but I'll either be storm chasing or live streaming. And no, that's a Friday. If it was Saturday, I could easily live stream it, but since it's a Friday, I might not be able to live stream a chase. It depends on the timing. If we do a chase and it looks like late afternoon, like after 4 p.m., like it looks like now, I might do like a pre-chase live stream to talk to y'all about the chase. Hold on, Wisconsin warning. Whoa. Rockets, did you point that out? I swear I saw Rockets point that out earlier. Yeah, right there. Might be clear air, Montana, Wisconsin. That, my friend, is not clear air. That is a strong tornado trying to form. That is definitely not clear air. Maybe a few scans ago it looked like clear air like this. Yeah, I could see what you mean. That does look like clear air a few scans ago. Probably when you pointed it out 10, 15 minutes ago. But now, nah. You got a big hook on that thing, huge inflow notch. That is a strong tornado trying to drop down west of Independence in Wisconsin. I think tomorrow will be as messy as models show. I do think it will have some messiness to it, especially on the warm front in the early afternoon and early evening. But I think there's a chance for things to be a little bit more organized as we go towards the mid-evening hours. So I think things will be messy and MCS type, like from windstorms get to the main risk area at 15Z, 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern, all the way till probably 5, 6 p.m. Eastern, things might be messy. But I feel like right around that time frame, 5, 6 p.m., when things stop being messy, that's when it's going to go crazy. I don't think it will be as messy as the HRRR. I would not trust the HRRR. It's not a good model. Nothing is agreeing with the HRRR. Do not trust it. If you're basing your chase off the HRRR tomorrow, you're not going to get a thing. If I were choosing a target area right now for tomorrow, where would I go? I would go Janesville. That's where I'd go. I would not go where the HRRR has the biggest updraft tracks up in Fond du Lac. I would go right on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin. Because I think the highest tor threat tomorrow is going to be focused right in that area. I think the HRRR is too far north with the warm sector, and I think it's too aggressive with storms far north and also too messy. The good news with this strong area rotation is it's not particularly gate to gate. See how you have these gray pixels in here? That is weaker wind speeds. So your wind speeds are strong aloft, but they're not very connected. So you can kind of think of it kind of like just a spiral, right? You have a spiral, and when that spiral gets very tight, that's when you get a tornado in the middle. When that spiral gets very, very tight, you get a tornado in the middle. Kind of imagine it like that. You've got the spiral going, spiral, 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 but it's not tight. It hasn't finished that spiral yet. Once it gets those last few spirals and can really tighten up and get gate to gate, then it will become a full tornado and actually probably touch down and become a strong tornado threat. But right now it's just got that winds aloft and it's spiraling up in the atmosphere, but it hasn't gotten that strong area of gate to gate wind shear right in the middle of it. That's what we call broad rotation. But it is broad, strong rotation. And right now, actually that latest scan, now it looks like broad, weak rotation. Now it doesn't even look strong. You could see literally just 3 frames ago, this thing was at 75 and 50 over here. Very strong and concerning. Now it's at 40 and like 30. So now that's borderline not even strong anymore. Let's see. Still continue with those warnings. I want to make a donation to help you continue to upgrade your stream. I think you do such a good job. If you have some things in mind you would want to purchase or need, let me know and I'll donate. That is very kind. Very, very kind. Use the force. I'll let you know if I need anything, but right now, they're wants. Big difference between need and wants. So, no need to donate. You're already supporting with a membership, and that's awesome enough. That's really, really appreciated. There's nothing I need at the moment. If my computer breaks down, yeah, that's going to be a need. That's what I've tried to save money up for, is preparing for my PC to break. That's always something I've thought of, because I'm like, if my PC goes, my channel's over, just like that. So, nothing I need. I don't need you to donate. If you want to, that's not. I'm not gonna be against it, but I don't need you to donate, and I really appreciate the offer. It's really, really appreciated, and I might hold you to that in the future. If my computer goes down, I'll be making a community post. Use the force. I need the $60 now. I gotta buy a $2,000 computer. I need some help over here. So I might hold you to that. And my computer blows up. But very, very kind of you. I really appreciate it. What do you want? Oh man, there's a lot. But like I said, I don't. I'm good, man. I already got a computer. I've got an audience that I love to chat with. Good community, people like you. Computer runs fine. 3 monitors. I'm blessed as it is. I don't keep that. Go treat yourself to some fast food. That's what you could do. That's what I want. I want you to treat yourself. How about that? Uno reverse card. Severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Airy in North Carolina. Fun fact, this was the first area me and Lucky went on a storm chase. The day we met in person, the next day was a risk for severe weather. And we went and chased in Mount Airy. We went north to Hillsville and saw power flashes. And that area, Mount Airy, where we started our chase, is currently in a severe thunderstorm for 60-mile-an-hour winds. We just got a new severe for a tour possible up here. in Edgington. Yep. Had to make sure I read that right. In northwestern Illinois. Not a big Tor threat right now, but I definitely agree with that Tor possible severe. Big time wind, 70-mile-an-hour winds likely with this, and a tornado definitely could develop with that in the future. So, good call on putting a Tor possible severe tag on that. Same for PC too. My PC is on its last life though, 9 years old. Man, yeah. What you need is like a. The thing is, it depends how big your room is. I'm not sure what your room looks like, but it might be good enough to fit a desk in. And there's gaming laptops that would probably be better. I'm not sure what type of laptop you have. If you're looking for this, is not sponsored, but if you're looking for a good computer, it's 2026. It's pricey. A good mid-tier computer costs you about 900 to $1,000, which is very pricey. And an area where you could do some browsing on, starforgesystems.com. They have some pre-built computers that are really good, and I think their lowest one is $1,000, and that still runs very high-end games. But if you're looking for something a little bit more lower priced, you would probably have to go for gaming laptops. And I'm trying to think of the one I have. I think it's... I'm trying to think. Gamers Republic is the laptop I have. And that's really, really good. And let me see if they have any good laptops. Yeah, those are even more than the personal computer. Those are 2K. I don't think mine was that expensive. You'd probably want like that. I'm trying to see. This is a 2-year-old one. I'll send you Starforge. Yeah, after stream, I'll go shopping for you. And I'll send you a good computer that's expensive but not absurd. Because Starforge goes, you're up to 7K if you want the newest stuff. But I'm assuming you're looking for something probably 1,000 or less. Preferably, probably in like the $200 to $300 range. But it depends if you're wanting a good PC that will last you 10 years, like the one I have. That's going to run you close to 1,000. And if you want a good laptop, I'd imagine that's close to 500. But yeah, this year is probably the highest prices for PCs, man. Probably the highest price for PCs, the worst time to shop. With said things going on across the globe, impacting the US's economy. Really one of the probably top 3 times to not shop. Thank you for the £10 donation. Pound, euro. It's one of those. I don't really know my currencies too well. I've turned on every one of your streams for the last 3 months now, pulling 4 a.m.s just to keep up. Oh my word. That's crazy. The chill factor and knowledge sharing is top tier. Cheers from Italy yet again. I appreciate that. That's euros, 10 euros. I really appreciate that. And the kind words, really, really appreciated. Pulling 4 a.m.s is crazy for weather streams. That's wild. And Italy, that is a very nice area. Italy is, I'd love to go to Italy sometime. So I appreciate the support from Italy. And by the way, my best friend Lucky, who's on these streams, was on them frequently. Now he's a little less on them, but he's from Italy. His whole family's from Italy. They're Italian. And obviously some of the nicest people I know right there, Lucky's whole family. So I'm sure you are just as the same. And he owns a Italian restaurant here in the U.S. His parents own it, but yeah, he co-owns it. Go get some food. Thank you for the $14.55 donation. Wonder why you chose that number. Go get some food. I definitely should. I definitely should. I'd like to see. I'm addicted. I'd like to see how these storms form out here across Aledo in western Illinois. The severe threat's still pretty dang high. So, but we beat our live stream from yesterday. I told you guys I'd be live for more than the live stream yesterday, which was 4 hours. We are at 4 hours and 1 minute. I did it. I think the worst is over, but I'm still gonna go a bit longer just to make sure these things tune down. And then yes, I will very much go get me some food, like Use the Force said. My son did. He's 6. That's almost the age of my little brother. 14:55. What if we turn that to Zulu time? 14:55 Z. Thank you for the 14:55 Zulu time donation. Military time, that would be... The thing is, sometimes I confuse Zulu and military, because 14:55 Z, that's going to be 10:55 a.m. my time. And military time... Wait, is that right? Military time, I think that's very close. Are they the same thing? Holy crap. Are they the same thing? No, because 14:55 military time is going to be like 2:55. They are not the same thing. So Zulu 14:55 is like 10:55 a.m. for me, and military time 14:55 military time is like 2:55. I'd have to count it. Yeah, it should be 2:55. I was trying to count it in the search bar. I should know military time with the background that I have, but background my family has, but I'm changing it. Instead of a military family, I'm going to raise a SPC and NWS family. Required to know Zulu time. One of my games runs on Z time. Daily calendar on it resets at 0Z, which is in, there you go, 51 minutes. No, it's not. It's 46 minutes. What? 56 minutes. What type of math am I doing? 56 minutes. What type of math am I doing, man? Tornado warning for Davenport. Wouldn't necessarily call it rotation, but there you go. I would love, Critty, for you to post your Outlook in the Discord server. I would prefer it if you do it in the Hypo tab, but if you don't want to, you could just flop it in the general. Three tabs down from the general text, there's a hypothetical and self-made Outlooks. I would love to see your Outlook. Time to go to my porch as we get that new tornado warning. Does that include you? I was for sure you didn't live out here. I thought you were the person from Florida. I know we had 2 viewers from Florida that consistently came in here. You are in Davenport. You're not one of the ones from Florida. You are in Davenport. You're in that tornado warning. I think the biggest concern is 70-mile-an-hour winds with it. But these little pockets where those winds are the greatest could produce a tornado too. Like this, 70-mile-an-hour winds is the biggest concern, but I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with that, which is probably why they put that tornado warning there. Caleb, I have no idea because I tried it on Roblox, and I think Roblox now blocks any type of screenshots of anything. I tried to send you a severe weather outlook, and Roblox is like, nope. If you do it again, you'll be banned. I'm like, shoot. I just want to share weather with my friend. So I have no idea. I bet you don't have Twitter either. But Twitter would definitely be... Twitter and Discord are the 2 best ways to reach me personally. Discord is the best way to reach me personally. TikTok, I'm inactive on. Instagram, don't have an account. And Roblox is too strict with messages now. I don't know. Caleb, try to send me a screenshot of the radar. See if it works or if it tells you you're going to be banned. Because I remember I tried it like, I don't know, 3 months ago or something. When you were in enhanced or moderate. Oh, you don't live in Davenport? I saw in a earlier live stream, I went to your chat logs, you were talking about Davenport. So I just assumed that's where you were because you said, what's the weather going to be in Davenport on said day? That was like almost a year ago. Man, you've been chatting consistently for over a year now. Appreciate your support. I know you have too, because I see you in here almost every live stream. Let's see here. We are at not 3 severes, 29. 29 severe thunderstorm warnings, y'all. Not 3. 29 severes and 4 tornado warnings. Is that a virus? Bro's trying to send me a virus. Looks like the main severe threat for Michigan is dying down to right in here. I think the worst is right over Grand Rapids right now. And it should begin to weaken pretty soon. I think this is only going to stay a good severe threat for another 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, another hour, this good severe threat. Well, it's telling me to join that, so I don't know how that works. I can join your photo. Like, what? I've joined your photos. What? Sweet. I joined you on my business account. I'm so official. Look at me. I have 3 different accounts. I have my very personal account from 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago. My main account from 5, 6 years ago, roughly 6 years ago, and then my business account, which is only like 3 months old. I'll try to stay live here for a bit more, but your boy's getting hungry. I didn't I ate a huge lunch, but starting to feel that skipping supper pain as it's nearing 7:30 over here on the East Coast. Yeah, so share your outlook through there if you make one, Caleb. I'll save that link. I'll go put it in my weather file. Eating stream? Nah. I only do that on very high-end days where I'm very concerned about the severe potential. Either that or I'll just skip food. I've done it before. I've done a like a 16-hour live stream, 16-hour live stream and only ate once during it. Towards the start. Shares the food with us. Sadly, there's no prefixed food for me today. If it was, I would have already left and ate. Don't skip home-cooked meals, man. I only skip home-cooked meals on very select few days, like March 14th, 2025. Very, very, very few days do I skip home-cooked meals. I either try to go live after I've eaten it, or I just take a quick break. I'm telling you. Some people take way too much advantage of home cooked meals, man. I appreciate every single one. They're delicious too. Food's better when you make it yourself. Even though other people's cooking is sometimes the best thing ever. If you've ever made like a recipe before, made it yourself, it depends. If you're terrible at cooking, it's disgusting and burnt. Typically, I only do that to microwaved foods. But if you make your own meal, depends on what you're fixing. But if you follow it recipe, ingredient for ingredient, it's better. When you put work into something, it's better overall. Anything's like that. Catman sent a crying emoji because he knows the only thing that he's fixed is some waffles, and he absolutely cooked them in a toaster the other day. What I come back to, I'm talking about barely hanging on to the live stream here because there's so many warnings, so I want to stay live. But I'm also starting to get hungry because I haven't eaten in, what, 7 hours? That's 8. 8 hours. How to use the finger counter. Haven't eaten in 8 hours. I mean, that's going in a radar hole. This is in a radar hole. These are dying out. These are just random storms, random storm, random storm. So really the only area I'm very concerned about right now in terms of something that I can actually watch to unfold is right in the city of Davenport, Iowa. By the way, the reason why I said waffles is because I had waffles the other day. Hey, look, Caleb texted me on photos. Like, what? What the heck? I said test failed. I wonder if bro fell for that. Wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado up here in Blair. Whitehall, Blair, right around that area. Specifically Blair and Taylor in western Wisconsin. That looks like some pretty good tornado potential there, not gonna lie. Watch that over the next, like, 15 minutes. 13 minutes. Uh-oh. Legacy, can you not just plug it up? Can you not just plug it up? I swear you always have these countdowns for when your battery explodes. So just plug in your device. Not trying to be rude. Just a quick tip. Quick tip, if your device is dying, just plug it up. Let's see. I want those. Have this habit of letting the battery get really low and then plugging it in. I think that's just what you're supposed to do. I mean, to me personally, I let my devices get to about 15 to 20% is where I plug them in. And yeah, I regretted that the other day when we lost power for freaking 6 hours and my device was on doggone 13% when the power went out. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Just random power outage, blue sky, clear sky day, and poof, power out all day. That was not fun. Another thing you realize, it is, for us here, in this household, it is like impossible for us to survive without electricity. Everything is electricity. Light switch, electricity. Computers, electricity. Phones, electricity. Your light so you can read is electricity. LED lights are electricity. Refrigerators, electricity. There's just nothing to do. Especially if it's dark out too. Like if it's the worst time to lose it is like 7 p.m. because it's just gotten dark and it's not late enough for you to go to bed. And I talk about power now because we're probably going to lose it. Probably going to lose it on Friday. Damage report. Tree blown down on power line. Why was that so hard for me to read? Pretty good storm too in Mount Airy, North Carolina. Should send this to Lucky. I'm going to send it to him. You on this storm? He says North Carolina doesn't get anything good, so he never chases, but then he simply doesn't chase when any setup is semi-decent. Sorry, just had to quickly check this. Yeah, so really the only storm I'm watching intensely right now is the one leaving Davenport. Still tour possible. These two in radar holes here. I want to go back up to the one in Wisconsin, though, western Wisconsin. I mean, wouldn't be surprised if this gets tornado warned here in Blair. I don't think the potential on this is very long-lived, but I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado into Blair here in western Wisconsin. I recommend getting to your safe spot. I think this could produce a brief spin-up in or around Blair over the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then after that, I'd imagine this storm's probably done. Just got certified to be a chaser and spotter finally. Well, congratulations. And hopefully you'll be able to make some reports and help out your local community and the NWS and SPC. It's a big responsibility, but fairly easy to do. Just make sure when you make a report, you make it to your best of ability and include as many and as much information as possible. Random tornado warning here in Randolph in northeastern Kansas. I'll send y'all, again, for those who want to and didn't see it, make your own outlook. There's the site that I recommend the most. Unfortunately, you cannot share it commercially, so take note of that. If you're making money on any site, you cannot share it. It's not legal too, because it's copyrighted. But if you share it non-commercially for research purposes and to help spread weather awareness, you're allowed to. At least according to the TOS that I read. Yeah, unfortunately, when you become a YouTuber, that long list of 5,000 characters, you gotta read it. Yeah, that's very late. This tornado warning in Kansas has been here for a hot minute. So make sure you get to your safe spot. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with one of these storms. Obviously, the most likely is the tornado warned one. But not a really good tornado threat there. The main risk is by far hail and wind. I don't see any good tornado threat for the rest of the night. Just your occasional tornado warning or two, brief, strong tour possible. No good tornado potential. I'm going to go back up and check on Blair. That's a pretty good couplet, man. I mean, that's definitely... It could drop a brief spin up. The good news is it would be brief and weak. But again, I don't think that's going to last much longer than about 5-10 more minutes here. And then still a bunch of severe storms in Michigan. We actually just got a new MCD on that. If I can go back and find it. There you go. Damaging winds are expected to persist through this evening. A downstream watch may be needed for 55 to 70 mile an hour winds, a brief tornado, and 1-inch hail all being possible. And yeah, I really think the main threat there is just 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and a gust up to 70 can't be ruled out. I expect that to die out quite quickly. Over the next 2 hours. Really surprised it's still alive right now. Really thought it'd be dying out by now. But it ain't. PDS severe. At 30 severe thunderstorm warnings and 40... no, 4 tornado warnings, 30 severes, and I think that's a PDS up here? No, that's Illinois. It's got to be this storm. Right? There's no other storm. Yeah, there you go. Observed. Observed 80 mile an hour wind, PDS severe. Wow. Did they include what that report was? Of course not. Can they make that like a thing? Where in order to issue these warnings that are observed, you have to include the report in the text. It would help so much. Only a few warnings that I see are PDS that include the report. I saw day before yesterday in Kansas, one of the PDS severes included the report that was observed. Because the reports take like sometimes an extra 10 to 20 minutes to come in on these softwares, and the NWS gets it instantly, right when that report's issued. So that would save broadcasters who relay the information 10 to 20 extra minutes on what that report exactly was and where. Just an idea. It would help. But the NWS always they're always trying to do their best, and there's just little nitpick things you can fuss at. Of course, they have their moments. We've seen that with two Tories this year. But this and there's a lot to cover in the US for severe weather, man. Like the severe threat yesterday it was over from north to south over 900 miles worth of severe weather. That's a lot. It's a lot to cover for these NWSs. No tornado in Wyoming. Nah. That might be some light rain there, but no tornado in Wyoming. Wyoming's highest threat was like 3 days ago. 4 days ago. When we had that Derecho threat push through the northeast side of Wyoming. Let me see if the report's in on this software. Yeah, so you have 3 different softwares open. None of them have that report that the NWS is talking about. Oh, NWS employee. Wow. Is the NWS in Davenport right there? Did they get hit by this 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts? Are y'all on... Let's see. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they're in... Let's see. Okay. I was checking something. My bad. Observed 80 mile an hour winds, so just get to your safe spot. Wherever you'd go for a tornado warning, treat this like that. Go to your safe spot. Morrison, Sterling, Erie, Hillsdale, and Western Illinois. I imagine we're going to get a new severe watch for this area in here. That will probably include Caleb. I'd imagine this whole area is going to get a new severe watch for tonight's severe threat. Trying to see if I missed it. I'm surprised they don't already have a mesoscale discussion saying a new severe watch will be issued in set amount of time, roughly. That PDS severe goes for 46 minutes, by the way. New tornado warning for Kirksville in northern Missouri. Hard to say what's happening with that. But a sped up tornado is possible with it. I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado with it as well. Tell you this, if I go off the stream to go eat, it's probably going to do something crazy. That's my luck. But I think our tornado threat is very, very low. We just have a few warnings that aren't producing tornadoes, at least at this given moment. Yeah. That looks, I think the wind threat is going to be increasing quite drastically with this MCS, so watch out. Those in front of this line, keep an eye on this. I think the wind threat will drastically be increasing in this area over the next hour or two. I expect a full new MCS to come out of this. And actually, that's probably going to continue further as well. I'd be watching this entire region in here. There you go. Good big old circle where I expect some pretty big winds tonight. That highest threat is likely going to be focused right in here. That's where that highest threat will be focused, right on kind of that northern edge. Probably going to be either barely in Chicago tonight or barely out of Chicago. And I wouldn't rule out another random spin-up tornado with that line as well. The NHC has just issued a new area of interest. This was out earlier this morning, but they have designated an area of interest with the X. A broad low pressure could form over the Bay of Campeche on Friday. I forgot how you say that exactly. From westward moving tropical wave currently located over the northwestern Caribbean Sea. 10% chance. So, wouldn't rule out some heavy rain in far southern Texas and into eastern Mexico. That's it. Probably nothing crazy. Well, I hope Friday's severe threat will be semi-decent because it looks like me and Lucky are probably going to finally be able to chase together again. So hopefully that threat will at least look semi-decent so we can get some cool-looking clouds on Friday. Like I said, if it's the best time is 4 to 7 p.m. If somehow there's storms between 4 to 7 p.m. near my area, that would be the absolute best thing ever. Because then I would be able to likely at least have a good chance to see something and maybe stream it. And it'd be day, too. Tornado on the ground, Rapid City, Illinois. Rapid City. Go see that. That's like down in here. It's on the southeast side of Davenport. Huh. I mean, I don't see anything definitive on that. Maybe you're seeing something I'm not, though. Large war confirmed. Potential large tornado on the storm in Missouri. Let's go see that. So that would be for Kirksville. Y'all sure? I don't know. This looks too sloppy with the merger hitting it. It's in a radar hole, so it's next to impossible to confirm or deny. But it's in the cool pool of the MCS, so it's not in a good environment. It is not in a really good environment. It's in an okay environment, but not really good. Not like what it once was. Chaser said there was a tour in progress with a loud roar. Hmm. Hold on, I've got a video here. No visual confirmation at all. Yeah, no visual confirmation, but the roar is insane. Nah, that's got to be a tornado. It literally sounds like a freaking train inside that storm. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, that roar is very much. I don't know what else would make that roar unless there is a stinking train inside the hail core. No, there's debris being lifted too. That is definitely a tornado. That is definitely a tornado. I think we do have a tornado on the ground here somewhere southwest of Kirksville, Missouri. I do think that we have a strong tornado ongoing somewhere in this radar dead zone southwest of Kirksville. Chaser has a video of a roar with visual debris being lofted. Very rain-wrapped roar. And very rain-wrapped storm as well. But I do think that that is likely a strong tornado ongoing. A new watch will be issued shortly for Central Illinois via the Storm Prediction Center. Just put out an MCD. A new watch has been warranted. So that watch will come out probably within the next 20 minutes. About 4 minutes ago, Chaser southwest of Kirksville had a video of debris being lofted just outside of a rain-wrapped core. Inside the rain-wrapped core, you could hear a very loud roar, and with debris being lofted, that's probably a probable tornado in there. Although by no means confirmed. It looks like it might be roughly in the vicinity of Millard, but it's hard to say with how far we are. It's very hard to say. But somewhere in that tornado warning, we have a possible large tornado ongoing. Now we'll go back up to Davenport. Storm's still intensifying, still 70 to 80 mile an hour winds happening east of Davenport once again. A new severe watch will be issued shortly for this area. This will be your second watch of the day out here. And this line is going to be pushing in that area, and I expect it to be a pretty intense line in this vicinity here, especially on that northern edge. That's where I expect the strongest wind gusts, but it could even be just as strong back towards Bloomington, Illinois, over the next few hours. That was earlier. It was reported literally now at this point about 20 minutes ago. At the time I started mentioning it, it was about 15 minutes ago, so. Yeah, it might be earlier, but considering it was just sent out, that was definitely a roar in that area. It wasn't earlier as in the sense of like a different storm from hours ago. New severe watch has been issued in Illinois. You'll see that pop up momentarily. Or actually, my bad. Apologies. That is for Michigan. That is for Michigan, actually. New severe watch there. 0-0 for Tor. 40 for winds, 20 for significant winds, 0-0 for hail. So literally just gusty winds, heavy rain, and lightning. With that new severe watch. Still at 36 severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes Canada. Doesn't feel like it, to be honest with you, but there you go. Very long list of 30-some warnings in the U.S. Severe watch, Caleb. It'll be a severe watch for you. New tornado warning for Illinois. You just saw it pop up on that active warnings list. Yep, right there. Little area of rotation. Not particularly strong. Not particularly strong, but can't rule out a tornado there. So that's a new warning for 48 more minutes. Let's see Critty and his 90% SIG 3 forecast here. Let me know when you put it in there. I'll look at it. I'm sure that's what you went with. Continuation there of a tornado warning. And here is the report. This is a report just 3 minutes ago. Tornado on the ground to my east, still in progress. So somewhere out there. Somewhere there we have a tornado ongoing. Still in progress, heading towards Gibbs and Edna. Edna? Edna. In northeastern Missouri. Another area I'd watch is maybe this storm in Stanberry. Moving to the south, to the east southeast here. For some tornado potential. So right now the most concerning storm is a tornado ongoing here. Southeast of Kirksville, Missouri. And also this storm up here in western Illinois for Sterling down towards Walnut with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds and a tornado possible. Wouldn't even rule out some wind gusts upwards of 80, 85 with that area of rotation. And then Kansas, we do have this little area here that we're watching of convergence, a little area of winds coming together, trying to form an area of rotation. And that's just to the southwest of Westmoreland in Kansas. Wait, has a uncondensed cone on the ground, large uncondensed cone. I'm assuming that's the one in Missouri, because I don't know where else Reed would be. Let me see. See if I can see anything on his stream. There you go, observed. Gonna have to turn down my audio because it's Reed. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is a tornado, but it's... that was probably condensed. That was probably condensed when it was rain wrapped more in rain. It's... I'm not gonna lie, I was low-key kind of expecting something wild when I clicked on that live stream. Because it's a radar hole and it's 2026. So I was expecting something crazy clicking onto that, but thankfully not. So looks like it could have just been a quick tornado there, probably still ongoing though. Or very close to ongoing. Oh, that one got upgraded too. Half second, thought that was going to be a PDS warning. Let me go back to this here.
A new tornado
It would
warning
have
has been issued.
It would have been ironic if that happened to be a PDS tornado warning as I started talking about it. Yeah, so the tornado threat with this is locally higher for the next 30 minutes. We'll monitor that. So just keep that in mind if you are in this area. If you're in the tornado warning, seek shelter. That one's
New
upgraded.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Is that the extension getting upgraded, or is that just it saying it for the third time? And that's going to be moving towards Knox City. Yeah, that was the extension getting upgraded. I'm going to go back to the Weed Whacker. See what he has. Let me go back a little bit in his stream. So rain wrapped too. Y'all must have just seen it very briefly on his stream. Still tornado on the ground as of 2 minutes ago. Tornado's still ongoing. And we did get a new warning out here for Abilene in Kansas. That area of rotation really isn't as well defined anymore, though. And then a new tornado warning just got issued for Westmoreland for that area of convergence. These are not particularly strong. I just wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with one of them if they can really get their act together. I think our highest tornado threat is going to be focused with this storm for the next 30 minutes. And we really are just... That's what we're staying at. We're really just going to stay at that. Every maybe hour or so, we're going to get a random area that's like, okay, that's a new area to watch for 30 minutes for a tornado, maybe one strong. And that's going to happen for maybe like the next 3 or so hours. So just wouldn't rule out a few more weak brief tornadoes, maybe one strong if any of these storms, whether it be the MCS, the discrete storm in Kirksville, or one random one in eastern Kansas, could produce a brief strong tornado. So we'll watch those closely. I think those are the three main areas for tornado potential. The one I have circled there in Missouri, one in Illinois, and then this little area here in Kansas. Best opportunity is definitely with the one actively producing a tornado in Missouri. Posted it. Let's see. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, a little bit squiggly with the lines, very much so, but I get the general idea of what you're thinking. I get the general idea. Hey, at least you have a moderate risk, so I could agree more with you than the NWS, or rather the SBC at the moment. Unless something rapidly downtrends. Didn't see the 18Z NAM. Okay, so yeah, NAM is still in agreement. The more and more of these models I look at, the more and more I'm convinced I might pull a high risk trigger for the wind and the wind alone on my outlook tomorrow morning. So that confirmed warning goes for 53 more minutes there in northeastern Missouri. Really good area of convergence here, southwest of Westmoreland. Need to watch that. I want to go back to that severe in western Wisconsin. Not much there. Kansas. Probably just a disk extension. I don't imagine we actually got a full new one. Yeah, I did see it, Critty. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. My bad. Someone else posted theirs. Justin did. Want to go to Critty's now. Let's see. Not bad whatsoever. There's only one. The orientation of the outlook is a little finicky. Not gonna lie, with the Tor threat. But I generally see what you're thinking there. And the only thing I would probably change the most is the SIG Hail. I'd probably push that SIG 1 into where the greatest Tor threat is also located. Because if those storms are discrete in northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, they'll likely have a chance to produce 2 to 3 inch hail as well. But really good. I agree with that. Got a 45 SIG 2 wind. Another thing, somewhere right around central to western Michigan is where that enhanced risk is probably not going to be needed anymore. So that's kind of the tricky cutoff that you really won't be able to tell until tomorrow. The SPC already has theirs into eastern Michigan for the 30 sig 1 wind, but yeah, just little tiny things here and there that you might want to fix before day 1, just to kind of see how it verifies yourself. Yeah, pretty good area, borderline strong area of rotation here, southwest of Westmoreland in Kansas. Chapman. Still confirmed tornado, by the way, here for Gibbs heading towards Edna, northeastern Missouri. You want to include the state on that one, Kevin? Come on, buddy. You've been calling tornadoes for me for like 2 years. You still ain't including the state now? Rookie. Rookie mistake. This is a newer tornado warning looking a little bit more concerning here. Also 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds might be possible with that. So gonna have to watch that closely. We could get a embedded tornado inside of this embedded supercell as it heads towards New Bedford in northwest Illinois. Chapman, Kansas. Is that further south? Let's see. There's Chapman there. Oh, that's what you're talking about. What might make that a bit... Well, no, we're not that far from the radar. We're right on that edge where it's like it's not close enough to where I trust it fully, and it's not far enough to where I don't believe it. But yeah, definitely correct with a weird tight couplet. That is right. Says unable to accept invite. You may already be in the Discord, or you may have not made an account yet. One or the other. I think wind is going to be crazy tonight. I wouldn't even be shocked if we get upwards of 90-mile-an-hour winds in Illinois at some point. So watch that very, very closely. That's going to be a very long duration overnight threat there. Look at this MRMS loop, man. That is probably the most derecho looking storm that we have had this year so far. Will it be considered a derecho? Probably not. But that's probably as close as we're going to get to one so far this year. What's the wind reports looking like? I don't think so. You know why? Because of the lake. Remember I talked about the Great Lakes? I talked about how, what if you had a derecho cross the lake? Would it no longer be classified as a derecho because the reports stop? Yeah, that's probably going to be it. Because if this was land and you filled in that area of reports there, I would have a pretty good feeling that they would classify that area as a derecho. But because of that, that cuts it off. And now, really the only main area is right in here. And that's too small for a derecho. Because we haven't been receiving any significant reports with the remainder of that line into Michigan. It has been severe, but not significant with the damaging winds. So instead of, if we go and look at this, and we go to our measuring tool, this would be about we're rounding it, 180, 200 miles right there. And if you count that, that's probably going to track 350 to 400. So I don't think this will be classified. I don't think this will be classified as a derecho because of primarily just because of we haven't seen enough significant reports in Michigan, and probably because of the lack of reports over the lake. I'm not sure if that plays a role into it though. At least the significant damaging winds though in Michigan, not enough, not widespread enough. Unwarned, not warned damaging winds for Des Moines. Des Moines over here. That's this area. Good question. There's also a wall cloud reported on that with 1-inch hail. So this is probably 60 to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, tornado possible, and 1-inch hail with this storm in Des Moines going towards Prairie City. So recommend getting away from doors and windows there. If you ever need free graphic design, let me know. That's always something I can donate as well. I can even do merch. I'm not big on merch yet. Hasn't really been something that's appealed to me so far, but yeah, appreciate it. I might consider talking to you about merch or something else, but yeah, for like thumbnails, I've had for some reason so many people have reached out to me for thumbnails. I think they're trying to hint to me that my thumbnails suck. But I think I'm pretty good when it comes to thumbnails. I don't think I'm that bad with designing them. They just got rid of the severe warning on that tornado warned storm in Kansas, so both of these are none of these are severe warned anymore. And look at that. They just warned this for, I think this is very much underdoing it, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 0.75-inch hail. I think that should be for 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tour possible tag, taking into account that report. Let's see. Large cone tornado ongoing. Tornado in progress. Tornado on the ground. So definitely right in here, we definitely got a good tornado, likely strong and large. No longer confirmed either. I wanted to stay live until that one. Generally thought that one's lifted. I am over the 8 p.m. time mark for me. Over 5 hours. It's a weird time to end because it's just after the time I normally would end at the top of an hour. This stuff is going to keep on going. We got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Who knows? I may even be live right when I wake up. Might have to jump out of bed and click that live button depending on what's happening in Iowa in the morning. But hopefully not significant enough to do so. I think tomorrow the biggest risk with that storm is going to be big time wind up to 80. And also some large hail up to 3 inches in diameter, and a brief tornado or two, maybe one strong overnight tonight into tomorrow morning across this area right in here. I will probably have some update on Twitter tonight because I haven't done much on Twitter yesterday or today. So I'll probably have an update on Twitter tonight on something weather related for tonight into tomorrow. This is going to keep on going. I've gotten hungry. I don't think this is a significant enough tornado threat for me to stay live and not eat food. So that's what I'm going to go do. And load up this loop here for you. And get rid of the alerts. We're still likely to see 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe even a random 90 mile an hour wind gust across Illinois. We're still likely to see another tornado or two across Illinois, northeastern Missouri, maybe even Kansas. One of those could be strong. So a few tornadoes, one strong will be possible tonight, including the risk for 70 to upwards of 90 mile an hour winds, and also some large hail overnight tonight, specifically from around the Lincoln, Nebraska area, all the way until near Davenport early tomorrow morning, upwards of 2.5, 3-inch hail possible there. For the latest information, you could go to your local National Weather Service or look at the Storm Prediction Center for their categorical risk outlook for today and tomorrow. Elsewhere, you are welcome to join the Discord server, third link in the description if that works for you, or in the chat if one of the mods do a command there. And anything else? Anything else? You could also go follow me on Twitter. Like I said, I'll have an update on that. That's at TRG Tornado on Twitter. We just got a new warning for Illinois. But that's going to keep on going. I wouldn't rule out a random live stream tonight if this stuff does pop off an insane amount. Again, I might go live, but I'd rather go eat, spend a little bit of time with family, do some other stuff before tomorrow. And there you go. There's the Twitter, the Discord, and the Storm Prediction Center site for you in the chat if you're wanting to know more about the weather tonight. And you could also just look at your local weather app. As long as it's not the Weather Channel. Did I say that out loud? You should be fine. We're not big Weather Channel lovers on this channel. They've done us dirty too many times. Not very accurate. And sure, there's the WPC there too. And also official watchers from the SPC products there. So yeah, also you could do exclamation radar mods, and you guys could go check out WeatherWise, which is similar to the app I'm using here, Weatherfront, and you could look at the storms yourself in your own location. I'd highly, highly recommend that, especially if you are one who is very nervous about the severe storms and tornadoes. That could help greatly, greatly, and especially if you pair that with my tutorial for, I think I have one for Radar Omega. Did I do one for WeatherWise? I feel like I did do at least a little tutorial on WeatherWise, so you could go look at that and learn the basics of WeatherWise and what you can do with that software. that's about it. I'm going to go and switch to the ending screen. Like I said, I wouldn't rule out a live stream later tonight if things get too bad to the point where I'm going to hop back on here. But I'd prefer not to and just chill for the rest of the night. Otherwise than that, I will have an update on Twitter at TRG Tornado, an update on something weather related. And I appreciate all you guys for tuning in and helping me reach over 2,000 people with the word of severe weather, despite everyone and their mother being live on YouTube. It's really appreciated. And thank you, Use the Force, for the $15. Thank you also for the £10 to the person who lives in Italy. And also Weather Warrior for the $2 donation. I apologize to the one who lives in Italy. I don't know how to pronounce that username. I can't make out any words in that. And of course, thank you, Mods for Mod and Chat. And everyone else for simply just being here and chatting. It's greatly appreciated. And I'll see you guys. Most likely we'll be live about 2 p.m. tomorrow. There's a small chance I will be live in the morning if it looks like ridiculous. I might go live like right when I get up. But outside of that, I should be live at probably 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, relatively early afternoon live stream. And will most likely be live throughout the entire duration of the event, probably 8 or so hours tomorrow, if the forecast goes as expected. So that's it. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the severe weather, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream, probably around 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Mods for Mod and Chat, and everybody for being here. Have a great rest of your Wednesday night. Goodbye.